Aha, I think we're live now. Uh, let's see. I was going to have more difficulty in trying to get started, but hey, so at least it worked this time. Sorry, I've got too many items pulled and too little space to get going. So let's be a little festive in how we start this, I suppose. The 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had won without complaint, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed to do a live stream. So there we go. Give it a little bit for people to make their way in. I know the notification should go out, and try to post on some of the Facebook groups and on my Facebook page for the channel. And I try to do these in advance, but I know it's a bit impromptu. I was hoping I could get a stream in tonight, so glad to be able to get on and actually stream for the first time in a while. I know it's been a little while since I did my last one, and I was trying to come up with a good horror themed topic. So I knew that I hadn't discussed horror literature and in addition to classic horror films. So I was like, might as well, because it's not often that I get to really talk about classic horror literature. So excuse me. Let's see. It's like, oh, hey Sega, how are you? Let me know if I'm coming through okay. As always, I want to double check, because I've had that happen before where I'm like, oh crap. So yeah, I know it's a bit impromptu. I tried to announce it a little bit early on Facebook, but I know 30 minutes is kind of iffy. But it seems like when I just jump straight on to doing these, it connects a lot better, and I don't run into the connection issues I do when I make the announcements and then have to stop the first one and start the second one, and that whole mess. So cool, coming through, awesome. So yeah, I know it's probably going to take a while for people to notice or get the little bell notification if they got that click. So definitely, as people pop in, definitely jump in and say hello. And this will kind of be just me running through just some classic horror tomes and things, and some books that I try to read or reread every year, plus some other ones I've picked up, and then talking about some other ones I'd still like to read that I haven't read yet. I just figured it'd be an interesting topic to do, since last year I pretty much went through my major horror loves and genres and stuff. And there will definitely be more for October, because I can't go in October without doing classic horror. I'm already knee deep in doing my classic horror rewatch, and give myself way too many films, and then look at all the new Blu-ray releases and restorations that I can't afford. And everybody's running a lot of sales right now. I have on top of Amazon Prime Day. So in terms of disc news, there's tons of sales going on. So it's definitely going to murder your wallet. It's already doing that to mine. Basically, the big ones would be Shout Factory or Scream Factory's doing their Shocktober sale, which I think runs through the 19th. And that already, like half the titles are already sold out. I missed out on a few I really wanted, but they included a lot of their Hammer releases, which for a lot of the Hammer films they've done are like the definitive Blu-ray releases for those films, plus extras and stuff. So I grabbed a couple of those, and they did do all the Universal box sets, at least the first 5 they have of the 4-film classic horror box sets. So I had to pace myself, because I looked at everything and I was already at like $500, and then half the stuff went out of stock because they sold out. So that was good, because it helps me control myself when things go out of stock. And then, so on top of that, we have Amazon Prime Day today. There's a lot of Blu-ray stuff. The only thing for classic horror there is they're doing sales on all the Universal Monster Legacy sets. So you can get the Legacy Blu-ray sets for $14.99 each, I believe, is the sale price. And but I guess you might as well get the whole box set, which I've got here. Had pulled aside to talk about. So this, of course, is the entire classic box set, which usually goes on sale around this time of year. I think it already has. I got this for, I believe I got this when it was $62 about 2 or 3 years ago, which is phenomenal for what you get in here. But they're selling the individual volumes. So if you were just getting these piecemeal, right now Amazon has them $14.99 as part of their Prime Day today. So that's what's on Amazon. at least for classic horror purposes. And then on top of that, Arrow Video has started their Shocktober sale, which includes not just horror, but most of their catalog is on sale. So I'm having to. I think I might chip away at a few of those. Of course, they've streamlined their website, but you're still having to order from the UK and get it shipped over. Um, and their shipping's actually pretty decent. It's not terrible, and thankfully, with some parts of the world doing better with the pandemic, it is a bit better for the international shipping, which is why I haven't gotten some of the Eureka releases that I really wanted to get. Their release of the Universal films based on Poe stories, the triple feature set with Karloff and Lugosi, with Murders in the Rue Morgue, The Black Cat, and The Raven, which is better encoded and slightly better than the Shout release on the first volume of Universal stuff. So I'm definitely going to get that, and the Masters of Cinema release of The Man Who Laughs, which is the great, uh, amazing silent film directed by Paul Lenny, with Conrad Veidt, of course, inspired the Joker. But while it's not exactly a horror film, it's much like Phantom of the Opera and Hunchback of Notre Dame, that it was so influential on horror that it really belongs there. And of course, had it not been for Paul Lenny's death, he would have gone on to most likely have directed Universal's Dracula. And had he done that, a lot of people wanted Conrad Veidt to play Dracula, who would have made a great, phenomenal Dracula. But of course, the original idea was to go with Lon Chaney Sr., who, of course, had gotten terminally ill with cancer and, of course, passed away before it worked out. But if you look at The Man Who Laughs, which is a phenomenal, not just phenomenal silent film, a phenomenal film in general, it's particularly stunning as one of the great late period silent films. You can see and just imagine in your mind's eye what it would have been like had Paul Lenny and Conrad Veidt gone on to do Universal's Dracula, because that is something that could have happened. So anyway, it's a beautiful new 4K restoration of that, which I really want to import. So I will definitely do those, but I'm definitely having to pick and choose because there's so many sales going on. Let's see, got some more stuff. Oh, Eric's in the house. Hey, man. Need to cover the most frightening film of all, Jaws: The Revenge. Just when you really thought it was safe to go back in the water, if you're a Brody, you're screwed. Sorry, couldn't resist. Let's see. Yes, I did go nuts last October with horror films. I tried to do one a week. I'm going to try and do that again. It's just I don't want to repeat myself because, of course, those I went on and on and on. I think because I did so many films, though, like I just did one for Universal, one for Hammer, one for Val Lewton, Vincent Price, so on and so forth. I figured this year I might just do kind of like how I'm doing with my rewatch. I'm doing it a bit differently this year. Usually, I just go by. I do all the Universals, I do all the Hammers, all the Vincent Price, Roger Corman, AIP films, all the Val Lewtons. This year, I'm trying to go by decade. So I started with the Silence, and then I'm in the 30s horrors right now, and then going into the 40s, 50s, 60s, and so on. And I'm also trying to mix it up by not just watching all the new restorations or new things I've gotten on Blu-ray, but also like watching the early versions or watching some of the Laserdiscs. Like I just ran the Encore edition Laserdisc of Frankenstein last night, which I hadn't watched. I hadn't actually watched all the way through. I've only sampled it since I got it. So I was like, you know what? I need to finally look at some of the older ones too, because sometimes when you have a film with such a beautiful restoration or all these different versions, it's kind of hard to go all the way back to the, earliest edition you have or a earlier, not fully restored version. And that one is one of the few where it's actually quite watchable. The transfer on it's really excellent. And the soundtrack's fine, even though it's analog, it's not too noisy. And the only thing is really missing, because that was the time in 1987 where Universal went back and fixed Dracula and Frankenstein. So it has everything, but the really the most, for me, the most iconic line of the movie is missing again, which is the after after Henry Frankenstein says it's alive. Famously, he says, in the name of God, now I know what it feels like to be God, which was missing until the DVD release, when they were able to replace it from the original sound disc that a collector had found and saved. So that's the only issue with watching the Encore edition, but it's always really cool to go back and see like the rough version or see like how good it was, when it really started to look much better on home video. So that's what I ran last night. I'm trying to at least do double or triple features every night, every week, so that way I can get through 100 some odd classic horror films. But I always run well over. I always get into November, and Shout Factor's kind of making that a little easier because their release of Brides of Dracula, the second in the Hammer Dracula series, which is supposed to be a new restoration and new scan, doesn't come out until the first week of November. So that's why I'm going to end with the Hammer Draculas because I'm really excited to see that. That's a title that has been problematic on Blu-ray its whole lifetime on Blu-ray. Really, the only good version is that Universal DVD, which looked great, but unfortunately that went up in the vault fire they had. So this is the first time anybody's done a new master, and the previous Blu-rays were really crummy, and that's a really important Hammer title. Some say it's the best Hammer film. Some say it's the best shot Hammer film by Jack Asher, the legendary cinematographer of the early Hammer horrors. And so I'm really hopeful that turns out well. You seen the new uncut version of Psycho on Blue? Read all the reviews, kept up with the Hitchcock collection, and that actually, I think, did go on sale for Prime Day. I think it was down to $49.99. And I have been very tempted to buy that. I was just holding off because, of course, I'm not 4K capable. It drives me crazy. But I would buy it anyway. But the issue with the mono track, I'm still waiting to see. Like, people are getting repressed discs, but I was hoping they would do like just a second version of the box set with the corrected disc, because they left off the mono track for Psycho. It's just got a down mix of the remix on there labeled as mono, which is not the first time they've done that. They screwed up on Vertigo on DVD for quite some time. And then the British Vertigo Blu-ray that I have doesn't even have the mono. They just dropped it. So there's that. And then only the Psycho Blu-ray is the new transfer. All the other Blu-rays of the other three are just the old ones reprinted. And I would hope they would just do a complete box set to, do a new masterpiece collection, or at least release the rest individually. But I also know this is like a testing of the waters, if you will. Universal did this on DVD. They released like an initial Hitchcock DVD volume with like 4 or 5 titles, and then eventually the rest came out individually and in a complete box set. But yeah, I'm just waiting to see if they do like an actual corrected run, so that you have the disc with the mono track. But yeah, the reviews so far on all the 4K for the Hitchcock titles, it's pretty good. It's definitely an improvement in all areas. Psycho is leaps and bounds better, but then some still seem to kind of have some issues, and so I'm kind of leery. But Psycho, I know for sure it looks leaps and bounds better, and the images have just gotten posted to Capsaholic. But that's one of those I'm definitely like, okay, if I can find out if they do a corrected pressing, so I don't have to send off my disc, or if I find it at a good sale price, I'm just going to go ahead and get it, because it does include the additional footage that was found in the German version, which came out on Blu-ray first in that Psycho box set. And so that's really great. But even better is that the transfer is so much better. All the DNR and edge enhancement and yuckiness of the old Blu-ray are gone. So that's like, yes, finally. Never understand why Universal didn't release any of the classic horrors in the signature collection. Yeah, I don't know. I think they were just preparing for DVD already, because they really timed it up for DVD, and actually getting David Scull to make all those great documentaries and doing the commentaries and stuff. I think had Laserdisc lasted a bit longer, they probably would have, because they did Psycho as a signature box in 95, 90, or wait, no, was that 98? I can't remember, but it was pretty late. That's why it's harder to get. So yeah, just with the planned release of the James Bond deluxe box sets that got canceled because the format was ending, I think that's what did it. They never did fancy releases for them. They're all stuck in the old Encore releases, and it's only the later sequels that came out later in the 90s, because it was the mid 90s. They got better pressings, or they got a box set of the Mummy and Invisible Man sequels, or the double feature Encore sets, and they all have digital soundtracks, and they're all much better disc pressings. Whereas the main ones, they're just plain standard Encores, except for Invisible Man, Wolfman, and Phantom of the Opera 43 got digital soundtracks. So because they're a little bit later, like 91, 92, 93, whereas the others are pretty much stuck that way. And I just watched the Encore Dracula last night. I got the, right here. Got too much stuff everywhere. So I reran the Encore Dracula earlier this week, and I really wanted to get this version because it has the VHS cover I grew up with from the Classic Monsters collection, and I thought it would have digital sound, and of course it doesn't, which is most annoying. Um, Beautiful jacket, but it's the same exact disc from the 1987 Encore disc. So they just upgraded the cover, and the disc pressing itself is a little bit newer, but otherwise it's identical, which is really frustrating. And there is quite a bit of noise on the analog track on this. It's not horrible. But this is still actually an interesting presentation to watch. It looks very much like the 1999 DVD that I had and watched a million times growing up. But of course, without the digital compression noise that's on that DVD, which is unfortunately on most of the 99 Universal DVDs. But it's the same print source, and it is complete. It does have Dracula's death groans, which were restored for the first Encore disc. But yeah, it's still an interesting way to watch this, and it's interesting to go back now that we have the ultra cleaned up version to go and actually see it in the ultra unrestored version. Let's see. Yeah, the Encore editions are surprisingly good considering how early their releases were. Yeah. Frankenstein's looks great. Dracula's looks pretty good. And I think Dracula and Frankenstein were both overprinted to crap and in really bad shape. But Frankenstein, I think, looks better because the photography is a lot more intricate, and Dracula, I think, had even worse damage because it was the first, probably reissued just as much. Plus, I know the negative is completely gone, which I think it is for Frankenstein as well. But Frankenstein always looks slightly better. But yeah, the Mummy transfer looks really nice. The Invisible Man looks pretty good on the Encore. And then the later presses, I mean, because I've got it right here. I pulled this because I'm going to talk about both Poe and H.G. Wells, of course, but the transfers on here, the double set of Murders in the Rue Morgue and Island of the Lost Souls, the transfer for Murders in the Rue Morgue, my God, this is a stunning transfer. And of course, it's just gotten restored, and you can now get it on Blu-ray from Shout Factory or from Masters of Cinema, which is the release I hope to get because I've got to import it. But this is one of those black and white LDs that looks so good you swear you're watching a DVD for most of it, and the DVD seems to use the exact same print source. I mean, this thing is phenomenal, and Island of the Lost Souls actually looks great on this too. I do believe it's missing a tiny bit of footage that was restored when Criterion and Masters of Cinema did the Blu-rays, which is kind of common to some films that were pre-code. They're usually missing a few little tiny bits here and there. I don't think it's that much. I think it's just like maybe a minute or so, maybe a bit of dialogue here or there. I think it's just one or two little minor things, but yeah. Transfer for Murders in the Rue Morgue, my goodness, that is one heck of a black and white LD transfer. And this is a lovely release. You can see a lot nicer than the original 80s Encore disc that the main films got stuck with. And these got liner notes. It's like, why didn't they redo those like these at least? Love Shout's Blu-ray of Dracula Prince of Darkness. Yes. Oh, goodness. If only for the scan of the US version, even though it's rougher, it looks so much better. It looks so much more alive than the UK master that's DNR'd to hell it back. Plus, the color's strikingly different. I've never liked the sort of heavy yellows and browns that pop up on Prince of Darkness on the later releases. And because of the DNR, I never bought the UK Blu-rays, so I've always been stuck watching my old Anchor Bay non-anamorphic LD port DVD that I bought at Borders when those were going out of print. And I felt so awesome that I had gotten Prince of Darkness on DVD. And then, of course, when I finally got a 16:9 display, I realized to my horror it was non-anamorphic and was a port of an LD and looked like crap. And I was like, oh, damn it. But at least it didn't have DNR, so there you go. But yeah, that's one of the great Shout Blu-rays. That's why I cherry picked a few more I needed from the Shout sale. Again, I wanted to buy all of them, but thankfully some went out of stock, so it saved me from myself. But yeah, that's one of those. It's a great release, and Shout has done the best release in the world for that title. Oh, goodness, man, you're already hitting me with the hard questions. Which you prefer, 1934 Black Cat or The Raven? Oh, man. Oh, I need some ginger ale to think about this. Hang on. Um, geez, that's hard. Um, it would probably have to be The Black Cat. The Black Cat is the better film. There's so much stuff going on that Edgar G. Ulmer put in there that's just wickedly dark. And then we're of course talking about the reshot censored version because the original edition was apparently so over the top out there dark that when the Lemleys came back from basically, I can't remember if they were on vacation, but they were basically out of town, and then they came back and looked at the rushes and they were like, what the hell has he been doing? But that being said, I love The Raven. The Raven is Lugosi going completely tilting at windmills, and that's not something you get all the time. It's one of the few, if not the only time, besides maybe Son of Frankenstein, that you get Lugosi having the heavier role, the bigger looming role over Karloff. And it's just wickedly dark, like sadistically dark. The difference being, it was directed by somebody who basically did a lot of cliffhanger serials, and so it's definitely much more of a B movie in terms of the staging and the pacing. But the pacing is really fast, so that helps it move, and it's never boring. Like, my goodness. But again, it's Lugosi at cranked up to 11, and even though these films have nothing to do with Edgar here whatsoever. And it cracks me up. They actually sold them, particularly The Raven, to schools as like a great companion piece to American literature. Bring your school children for a discounted rate and come see the Edgar Allan Poe's The Raven. And it's like, I wonder what their reactions were. So, but so many things come from The Raven. The house where the iron shutters and they close over the doors, and the bedroom that's actually an elevator that goes down into the lair, and the fact that Lugosi has built an entire replica of all the devices of Poe, right down to the pendulum, which is done remarkably well, even though it's very small. So you get a remarkable Pit and the Pendulum sequence, decades before Roger Corman's version, which is of course also phenomenal. But it's really interesting they even got that. The room with the walls closing in, and but most of all, the sadistic quality when Lugosi's character purposely mutilates Karloff's character's face and then maliciously peels off the bandages, and it's just like, oh, even though what's coming, every time I get to that, it's just like, oh, that's just, yeah, it's just totally sadistic. But I love them both. But if I had to choose, it's probably Black Cat, just because it is the better made film. But I love them both, and I've come to love Murders in the Rue Morgue too. Even though it is super stagey, and it's to say it's enormously influenced by German expressionism and Caligari. Dr. Cabinet of Dr. Caligari is an understatement of all understatements. But yeah, that's I know it's a long answer. Harvey and Double Indemnity are two encores that look great, short of the lack of digital sound. Yeah, actually, I thought Harvey does have digital sound. At least the version I do has. And then I had the first Double Indemnity that was analog, and that looks pretty good. And then I upgraded it. I finally found the one that has digital sound. It's the same cover, but it's a different color. The first one was green and has Gene Shalit all over it going, critic's choice. Because that's exactly what you want when you're looking at a beautiful poster image. But then the reissue has digital sound, and it uses the same poster image, but it's like aqua blue and pink. I don't know why they went with these weird colors, but there you go. So yeah, I think it's the same transfer. It looks pretty much the same, but it does have digital sound, which, I mean, analog's fine, but I just hate how it can get so noisy and have dropouts and stuff. And so I always try to go for editions that have digital sound, unless it's like something that's very specific that I want to find an LD copy of. Otherwise, I try to hold off for just copies with digital sound, because otherwise I'd have even more laser discs than I do. Black Cat versus Raven is kind of like Goodfellas versus Casino. Yeah, that's not a bad comparison. Black Cat is indeed a far superior picture, but I prefer Raven just because it's so twisted. Oh gosh, how does Dr. Volin say it? Oh gosh, I'm forgetting the exact wording, but the way Lugosi is like, something so hideous actions because you are so ugly. And then, of course, I don't know how loud this is going to get, but Poe, you are avenged, which is just like, I just want to get that like on a sign and just put it in the doorway somewhere. I mean, that line alone, if you weren't on board with that movie, that line makes you love it. Again, nothing to do with Poe whatsoever, but pretty much every Poe film adaptation has nothing to do with the work of Poe or the man himself. You know, I wasn't even aware of this until recently, but Fox even did a B movie biopic about Poe. It was like, I believe it's called The Lives of Edgar Allan Poe. And I was surprised. I would like to actually see it now because I was not aware of it. But it's basically, it just takes some cliff notes and then just kind of spins it off into its own thing, which I'm like, that's strange, but at least that seems more accurate than the Raven film from a couple years ago, which basically tried to throw John Cusack in as Edgar Allan Poe, which actually would have been fine, but then basically tried to make a version of From Hell, but where Poe is tracking a serial killer, but that was weird. Of course, had nothing to do with Poe outside of some like bear iconography. Let's see. Death will be sweet. Yes. So I guess I should go through a few pickups from the recent past. Of course, just a few, because if I go through everything, we'll be here all night. I have too much stuff set aside. That's my problem. So this is one. I mean, of course I didn't exactly need it, but I did because it's one of the weird one-offs courtesy of James Cameron, and it popped up for a super cheap price. It's in mint shape, and you don't see this one too often, so I definitely underpaid for what it usually goes for. So I couldn't resist. The director's pan and scan edition of the extended special edition of The Abyss, excuse me, which of course still is without a Blu-ray release, just like True Lies. And of course, Cameron shot his films in Super 35 and then specially supervised select editions for Laserdisc that were printed in a lot smaller quantities like this. And this is thus a 1:3:3 aspect ratio rendering of the entire Super 35 negative. Personally supervised by James Cameron. He did this for, of course, True Lies, The Abyss, Titanic, and yeah, you don't see these all that often. They've not carried over to later releases, and they seem to have printed these in a lot smaller quantities. So these usually, whereas the standard Abyss box set is $5 to $10, ultra common. This one is more like a $15 to $25 disc. So it's in super minty shape and it's otherwise identical. The only way you can tell is it has a red pan and scan bar across the top, and there is information on here that this is not technically panning and scanning. It's a weird one-off because it's a Super 35 negative, and Cameron was very, very clear on why he wanted to do this stuff. So yeah, I'm interested to check this out. The only other one I have is the pan and scan. Let me just say open matted, because if open matted should be used for anything, it's for these releases. So the open matte version of Titanic is the only other one I have. And again, you don't come across these very often. So this was just one of those awesome LD exclusives, and it was super minty, very cheap from a group seller. And I'm just like, heck, I'm just going to get this thing. Whoops. And then these films, they do kind of fit in the quasi-horror vibe. They sometimes get labeled as horror, but I usually watch them around October anyway, either before or after. I usually don't include these with my classic horror marathon, also because that makes it easier because I'm watching like 120 films every October and I have problems. So adding more doesn't help. But this was a really great find. That actually somebody hooked me up from the group with this. They knew I was a giant fan of these and found it at the local shop before I got there and picked it up for me, and we did a swap. So this is the RKO double feature release of King Kong, and then really interestingly, they did the double feature on the flip side. So it's King Kong with Son of Kong, which is the vastly underrated direct sequel, which actually came out the next year, which most people have not actually seen. But what's cool about this is, of course, they printed both on the jacket sleeves. And then you get really nice liner notes for each. This was, of course, one of many times that King Kong was put out on LD, but this is a little bit more cleaned up. It has digital sound. They have really nice package, and this gives you Son of Kong as well, which had not come out on a nice LD pressing before. And there was one final late release pressing of Son of Kong, which probably is the same master, but it came out like super late, and it just popped up on LDB not too long ago, and I was like, wait, there's another one. But yeah, this is really cool. I've always tried to get this, and it always eludes me. So this was really cool to finally have this particular version. And then this one I could not believe. I actually missed an auction for these are 3 discs. So the first disc I missed an auction for, and then the other 2 were sold as a lot, and I missed an auction for that. And I was like, oh crap! I missed the first one. I got outbid on the second one. These are all rather uncommon, but very, very niche. So I know I'm one of the few people who's actually trying to get these. And then lo and behold, a couple days later, somebody posted all 3, and nobody else bid on it, and I couldn't believe it. So that was one of those strange, ironic eBay moments for sure. So this first one is the last of the, well, I shouldn't say last, the second of the 2 Speed Racer episode releases that FHE did under the Live Home Entertainment banner. They did about half, a little more than half the series on VHS tape, which I did manage to find all of those. They did 2 LD releases, each with 2 episodes. So what's cool about these is these are, direct 16 millimeter original US prints scanned. They have the original Translux opening titles and everything without the CG titles. So if you get these on LD, these 2 releases, these have PCM mono. They don't have any lip sync problems. They don't have any time compression problems. And basically, these are like getting your own minty 16 millimeter original print copies of the American episodes. In Japan, they were shot and made on 35 mil, and then shipped over here as 16, and then they would do the US dub, and then the TV stations would run a 16 millimeter print. So all the US versions are thus 16 millimeter, at least as far as I understand it. But after this, Speed Racer Enterprises was formed, and they did all the new releases, and that's where all the time compression came in and the CGI opening titles with the spinning logo and stuff. It's a shame they only did 2 of these, but this one's a lot harder to come by than the other one. So I'm very happy to finally have this, and it's actually still in the shrink wrap, which is cool. But what's actually even more interesting and even rarer are these other 2. So the aforementioned Speed Racer Enterprises took over in the early 90s and tried to make a new series, which didn't go very well. And that was, of course, the New Adventures of Speed Racer, which only lasted, I think, about a season. I think most of the episodes are uploaded on YouTube in various ways. There's no official release. There's no DVD. There's a VHS tape or 2, and then there's 2 laser discs, and these are incredibly rare. Again, each one having 2 episodes, and these, I found this one, and he also had the other one. So I actually got all 3 of these together in the same lot for less than the other 2 auctions. And again, I had lost both auctions previously for the different discs, so I couldn't believe that these popped up. I've not seen the entire series run, but it's kind of a weird hybrid where they're trying to do Speed Racer as a relaunch, but they're also trying to compete with Ninja Turtles and various other cartoons that were popular at the time, and of course try and sell toys, but it just didn't take off, and it's not very good. But I'm interested to check out these LDs and then finally see the other episodes. But these are very, very uncommon. This one's actually still sealed, which I could not believe either. These are usually going for $25, if not more each, because of course there's only VHS versions of these, and then that's it. So yeah, these are really interesting, and I know it's a very niche thing, but as a giant Speed Racer nerd, I had to find these, and all of these popped up, so I couldn't believe it. So that actually completes me for the Speed Racer LD collection, because there's not a whole lot. Of course, I would one day love to find the Japanese Mach Go 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 box set, but that of course is very expensive, very rare. Usually copies are only in Japan. It's very heavy because it's a lot of discs in a box. And of course, it's Japanese with no English subtitles. I have the Blu-rays with the Japanese version, which have really good subtitles, but yeah, the LDs don't have subtitles. So back over here. So that does it for LDs. Let me make sure. Oh, just gonna do one Blu-ray really quick, so that way we can get going. This was a total could not believe find. Popped in one of my local stores on the other side of town I don't normally get to go to. Just walk around for 5 or 10 minutes, and then look behind the counter where they usually have the pricier stuff. And then I saw this sticking out with a price tag I couldn't believe, and I'm like, can I see that one? So I bought it without thinking, and yeah, they had the entire Star Wars Clone Wars animated series. This is the UK or region free Blu-ray box set. These are all, of course, out of print worldwide. The series, I believe, is completely on Disney Plus now, but they've pretty much taken all of the discs out of print. So the sets and releases are now going for crazy money. This one was the one most people got because it was region free and a bit cheaper. And I would have gotten this, but it went out of print before I got a copy. And now this thing can go up to, $200 or more, which is insane. But the AV quality on these, especially with the lossless audio tracks, I've always heard are great. I've never got to see the whole run. So, of course, there is a season 6, so I will have to supplement this. I've got to find the final Blu-ray is called The Lost Missions, I believe, and I already have the standalone movie Blu-ray. So if I just get that Lost Mission set, I'll be set for everything that's on disc. And then, of course, the new episodes are on Disney Plus, which I don't have and don't want. So hopefully they'll do a disc release at some point. But yeah, this was just unbelievable. And for the price they had it at, I was like, it's one of those moments where I was like, guys, you realize it's worth a lot more than that, right? And they're like, no, go ahead. And I'm like, well, I feel bad, but okay, here's my money. I'm gonna go now before you change your minds. So yeah, this was nuts. So yeah, they had this priced at $39. So I was like, that was one of those. I'm not even gonna think about it. So yeah, I'm getting less classic horror Blu-rays this year because I got this beauty. So yeah, never expected to find one of these for that cheap. Ugh. Let's see. I think I have a few more here. Love the pan and scan of Abyss and Titanic. Yeah. They just don't pop up. I just couldn't believe that was in there. So always glance, at least on the Abyss, you can tell by the red bar on the top. Sega sold it. Have the 2 widescreen versions. Yeah, I don't know if I'm not really gonna watch it all the way through because it's gonna bug me because Cameron shot everything and composed for widescreen. So it's really much more of like a curiosity thing. I don't know. I might try watching them all the way through, but knowing me, I'd probably get bugged and like be able, I'd just have to switch it off or go over to the letterbox one. Yeah, double A side. Yeah. Um, Song Kong made me cry as a kid. Yeah, it is quite emotional. It really is. Particularly that ending, the staging, and everything. I don't want to give anything away for those who haven't seen it, but yeah, like kids always talk about how they would cry at the end of King Kong. Well, heck, did they see Son of Kong? Because it's obviously the lesser film, and a lot of people just kind of write it off. Especially a lot of critics, which is unfortunate because any trip back to Skull Island, I mean, especially with Willis O'Brien and getting to use some of the things they didn't get to use in the first film. I mean, it's like an extra hour. Come on. But yeah, the ending of Son of Kong is equally as well. I won't say equally as emotional, but it is also pretty emotional. And had I seen that as a kid, I think I would have also have scarred me in some way. So yeah, I guess with that being said, I guess I'll just start talking about all these books that I piled up here, and then we'll go from there. Real quick, let's see. What do you think about the 76 Kong remake? To be honest, I do need to see the De Laurentiis 1976 Kong again. I know the first time I saw it, I thought it was terrible. But of course, I was I was in my teens when I saw it the first time, and I just couldn't take the pure 70s-ness of everything from the hairstyles to the clothes to just the look. But of course, a lot of the video transfers were not very good, and it's a Universal title, so they're just going to recycle the same transfer. Of course, I love the score because John Barry, of course. But over time, I appreciate they tried to modernize some things. I just King Kong does not need a remake, but it's okay for what it is. It's not bad per se, but I need to go back and look at it again because it's been too long. All right, so I figured it'd be fun to talk about, uh, you know, classic horror literature for lack of a better term, or you could spin it off into gothic literature as well, which is really kind of where all this stuff comes from. It's the same thing when I sit down and I try to pick out which horror films I'm going to watch every year. It's like, do you throw in some of the gothic films, or where do those fit? They don't exactly, but it's fun to sort of figure that stuff out. And sometimes you kind of just include things. It's just like some of these books are sometimes considered science fiction. I didn't pull all the H.G. Wells novels I have because some of those are, much more pure science fiction, but there are pure horror elements in War of the Worlds and Time Machine, I think, especially, but they are not, horror horror per se. But yeah, I just wanted to pull some different ones and talk about some of these and, see what you guys think. And also there's still, so many that I haven't read and want to read. I think chief among those that I really want to read, I do want to read the Vampire by Polidori, who, of course, was the longtime companion, I guess you would say, of Lord Byron, who, of course, they were both present at the famous stormy retreat with the Shelleys, and that, of course, spawned their infamous decision to try and write the most terrifying ghost story to scare the pee out of each other, and also because they were bored and stuck in a house and it was storming and they couldn't go anywhere. So, of course, Byron did his thing. That, of course, led Mary Shelley to come up with the original impetus for Frankenstein. So she basically kind of won the contest, of course. And then Polidori basically came up with his work, The Vampire, which everybody says and is pretty much well understood. He basically based a lot of it off of Lord Byron himself, being the great world-renowned poet and lady killer and master of debauchery and and so on and so forth. So yeah, I really I've wanted to read that for years. I've just never gotten a copy, so that's the one I really still want to read. But it's also, I think, important because I think a lot of the ideas in that book and what happens in Dracula, it's like some of that got infused with the public notion of Dracula in the various films and adaptations. So over time, when you think of Dracula, the whole notion of Dracula having that suave quality with the slight, sexual quality as well. I think they got amped up by people, thinking of stuff that actually is Polidori's vampire and not Stoker's Dracula, because Stoker's Dracula is a lot more straightforward. And the first time you read Stoker, just like the first time you read Shelley's Frankenstein, it's like, what is this? This isn't universal. Like, what is this? So yeah, that's the one I still need to read most of all. But I just wanted to set some stuff aside. And so just kind of going roughly. So these first ones are just, outside of just going, I guess for the rest of these, I'll just go through by author. But these first two I thought were interesting. So I've had this one for a while. This was a series by Dark Horse Books. And I want to say there's 4 or 5 of them. Let me see I think it lists them in here. 6. Okay, so there's 6. So I now have 2 of them. But these are based on the classic Universal monsters. So this is Michael Jan Friedman writing a novel about Larry Talbot, aka the Wolfman. And this is actually a pretty fun little read. I've never seen another of this or a lot of reviews. So I think these just had one printing run, and then you have to buy copies on eBay. But they are officially licensed, and they have the Universal Monsters logo. These were done, I think, in the mid 2000s or something. Let me see if I could get the date. So yeah, this is 2007. So I think they were 07, 08. But this is a fun little read, and really the only official stuff out there for the Universal monsters outside of there are a couple of children's books. I've seen them, but I've never read them. But it's like they have some about the mummy, and I think there's one about the Wolfman too. But they're for much younger audiences. But I thought it was neat that they did that for young kids as well, because there are still monster kids out there. It's not just all the aging monster kids of the 50s and 60s, and I don't know what I consider myself, because I'm not like I guess you have third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh generation monster kids, just, when you found it. So I don't know what the monster kids who discover stuff by streaming classic horrors would be called, but I guess everybody's a monster kid whenever you get started. But anyway, yeah, this is a fun little book. And then just recently I stumbled across in the local shop, they had the Mummy book entitled Dark Resurrection. So I haven't read this yet, but I'm excited that I finally found another one of these. Never made an attempt to like try and buy all of them on eBay, but if this one is good like the Wolfman book, I think I'll try and find the rest of these. But these are just it's just a nice cool thing that they actually did something interesting instead of just printing some Halloween stuff to sell at Party City, which is usually what they seem to do. They don't even do displays at Walmart with racks of like just standard DVDs and stuff, which is kind of a shame. But at least this was something different they tried. So yeah, I'm gonna read this and reread the Wolfman book, and maybe pick up the rest of these if I can find them. And then this one I just love reading around this time. This is of course a tie-in. Doesn't get talked about a whole lot, but it's one of my favorite tie-ins. And that of course is David Seltzer's The Omen. And in a lot of ways, I mean, the movie itself is great and iconic, but in some ways, I kind of like reading the story in prose better. Again, this is really well written, and Seltzer is the original writer anyway, so it's not like somebody being for hire. Yeah, this is a fun little book. I don't think it's ever been reprinted, so you got to find this paperback, which of course has a section of black and white stills from the film inside. So that, of course, is always a nice touch and definitely makes you feel like you're in another time period when you still have the little, black and white still section in the middle of your prose. Yeah, this is just a fun little quick read that I always like going back to. I got this as a kid and read it many, many times. I actually think I read this before I saw the film all the way through because I knew about the film, but I was able to read this before I ever got to see the film 100%. Just moving stacks of books around. Mike's here. Hey, man. Hello, hello. So this one, of course, also usually gets labeled as science fiction because, of course, the author is primarily known for sci-fi. But this I realized when I was looking, I was just pulling off the books to read for Halloween and stuff. Just went to my shelves and I'm like, this really is a horror story, and that, of course, is Bradbury's Something Wicked This Way Comes. It's just the standard, Bantam paperback, but I've always really loved the art, and I haven't read this for the longest time. Actually, I'd forgotten I had a copy of it, so yeah, I'm gonna reread this because it's been way, 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 way too long. And of course, there's the pretty well loved film adaptation as well, but it's just been too long since I read this, and I was like, wait a minute, this really is a horror story, and seems like it's influenced a whole heck of a lot. That seems very much, a lot of things seem to draw on this. Sometimes indirectly, and sometimes very, very directly. They don't try to hide it very much. But yeah, gonna reread this. And again, like horror films, I'm probably going to be still reading horror novels in November because it's just what happens. I'm like, I'm going to read this, and I'm going to reread this, and I'm going to start Dracula again. And then it's like, the stack gets that high. So this next one is a short story compilation with some longer stories. But I think if you're going to look at, the important touchstones of much more the classic literature side of things, of course, Poe is in the forefront of everybody's minds. But I think the other big name that unfortunately doesn't get mentioned as much, who's also one of the great writers, is Guy de Maupassant. This is a really nice collection. This is actually from the old Borders line. Still has the Borders logo. Try to get the glare off if I can. And has a really nice cover. This is actually a section of a Renoir painting, and I love the binding of this. I bought this as a kid back when Borders, R.I.P. Borders, was still around. And I brought it primarily because it has de Maupassant's Horla, which is one of the great horror tales, basically a tale of supposed demonic possession. And the reason why I knew the story and wanted to get a copy of it and read it finally was, of course, I saw the Vincent Price film made by United Artists, Diary of a Madman, which is made to imitate the success of the Poe films, but is actually based on de Maupassant's Horla. And so I saw that and was so fascinated with the concept in the film that I was always wanting to read the actual story. And it's actually at the very end of this. It's a little bit longer. It's about a 20-page short story, but Maupassant's other stories are equally good. He did so many interesting tales, and then this has pretty much most of the big ones. There's a number of different collections, but there's not a ton of them like there are for Poe, because he's not as big of a name, but just as important in the annals of the literary side of classic horror. But I mean, yeah, it's a really nice book, and I wish I'd gotten more of these. This is a really nice. It's on archival paper. It's a really nice, well put together hardcover. I'm trying to remember. Oh gosh, I'm going blank. I hate when this happens when I'm live streaming, but I'm trying to remember the story's name because he's important not just for horror and horror films, but it's. Let me see. I believe. Let me double check because I believe. Yeah, I believe it's. Yeah. Okay. Now I've got it. So yeah, de Maupassant also wrote Ball of Fat, which basically became the basic idea for what would become a stagecoach. The idea of the various characters on a long coach ride, and then the various problems that happen in between, and then the Mademoiselle Fifi story was blended with that to make what Val Lewton did with his costume picture that Robert Wise directed, also called Mademoiselle Fifi. So that film doesn't really have horror elements, but it's one of the handful of films that Val Lewton did that was not ostensibly a horror film, but he drew from de Maupassant, which of course so did John Ford did on Stagecoach. So there's another important film touchstone there. So his writing is always interesting, and again, the Horla is one of those tales. It's one of the great horror tales. So it's one of those you just like, why am I reading this late at night? Let's see. So then jumping ahead a little bit, I think this writer often doesn't get credited as much for just what a complete genius he was, not just for his prose, not just for his short stories, but for his teleplays and for his screenplays. And his contributions to the horror genre are legendary, even though he usually gets classified more in science fiction fantasy. That, of course, is Richard Matheson. And this, of course, is his classic I Am Legend novel. Unfortunately, this is the movie tie-in for the Will Smith version, which has one of the worst cop-out endings I've ever seen in my life, where they just totally wreck the ending that Matheson originally wrote. But reading his original novel is still this is a great work. It really is. It's not just a great horror book or a great science fiction book or horror / sci-fi or whatever you want to call it. It's got really big ideas. And of course, it's been adapted 3 times. First as Last Man on Earth with Vincent Price, then second as The Omega Man with Chuck Heston, and then third with Will Smith. And in order of quality, they go in chronological order. It's like still Last Man on Earth is still probably the best version of I Am Legend. It's actually, it does some stuff differently, and of course, it was made on a low budget in Italy, and Vincent Price just kind of showed up and then was like, "Oh, that's how it's going to be." Okay. But for all that, I think it holds up rather well and does Matheson's ideas pretty well. So I think of the 3 films, it's the closest to the novel. And I still like the Omega Man, but yeah, definitely not. It's just like, why do I have the movie tie-in for the Will Smith version? But this is usually the most common and cheapest copy you can find. But you can get a copy of this for pretty cheap, and it's still a great read. Now, there are some collected stories volumes, which are really great, but unfortunately, I only have volume 2. What's great about these is they have some recollections from Matheson. some little introductions and behind the scenes things and where his head space was at when he was writing some of these. There's 3 volumes that I believe collect all of his short fiction. So I really want to get the other ones, but I'm going to reread this one. And I'm just so happy that somebody actually, compiled these. And I love hearing Matheson in DVD extras and stuff. So it's really cool getting to read the author recollections in here. And yeah, it's quite thick. So, 3 of these, compile everything. But they're usually harder to find. I got this one a number of years ago and just really need to get the other 2. It's not like, unfortunately, you can't go get these in most bookstores because it's a smaller publisher. But this is a really nice volume, and a lot of his short stories are undervalued, and some of them are just as eerie and spine tingling as his great Twilight Zone episodes or the Poe films that he wrote with Roger Corman. Again, such an unheralded genius, not talked about enough for both his teleplays and his screenplays and his fiction. And he did a lot of stuff before before a lot of people. So I think the great number of people owe Matheson quite a lot. And had he not worked in the horror genre and for the screen, whether big or small, I think horror in television and horror in film would be quite a bit different because it's his Twilight Zone episodes are some of the most iconic, if not the most iconic episodes. And he wrote most or a good the good portion of the Corman Poe films, and I definitely think you can tell the ones he wrote versus the ones that, say, Charles Beaumont wrote, who is also a great science fiction horror writer. But I don't think that Beaumont got the same. I don't think he quite got the same level that Matheson got in terms of doing Poe, but also sprinkling in a little bit of humor and also the suspense moments and how to stretch out a short story for a 90-minute runtime. So as much as I love all the Corman Poe films, I do tend to prefer the ones that Matheson wrote, particularly House of Usher and Pit and the Pendulum. And he also wrote what I think is the hidden gem of American International, which is Comedy of Terrors, which that film is a masterpiece. I think it's the great horror comedy, period. And I could talk for like 5 hours just about that one film, but that film alone shows his morbid, wicked sense of humor because it's Vincent Price and Peter Lorre playing a pair of down on their luck morticians who are so broke that in the beginning, after the funeral happens, they wait for everybody to leave. And then they have to dig the guy up and take the coffin back and dump it back in there because they're so broke. They only have one coffin that they just reuse. And then that stops working. So because nobody's dying. So then basically the second reel is about them going, well, we need some business because we have to pay the rent because otherwise we're going to lose the mortuary. So who should we go kill? Because we need a funeral. And that's just the second reel, and it goes from there, and it's absolutely madcap. Like I said, it's I think the hidden gem of all of American International. That film's a masterpiece, and it came also from the mind of Dick Matheson. So you cannot get into his work enough. It just, every time I'm astonished at how much came out of one person's head. And of course, saying that, the one name that always comes to mind, the name of the person I've been fascinated with ever since I was a little kid and first came across the Telltale Heart is Poe. I mean, what is there to be said? Just his life is fascinating. His private life is fascinating to research, reading biographies, and then all the stuff that people don't know. Even his death is interesting, and we don't know how he died, really. And of course, obviously, someone with more inner demons than probably anyone's ever had in all of existence, or at least, somebody able to communicate and express those inner demons better than anybody has in human history, pretty much. Just so many firsts, so many flashes of brilliance. And also, I think what gets left out is it was wickedly funny. I mean, so many tales. When you read the complete works like this, and there's bukus of printings, because of course it's public domain, and everybody and their brother has a Poe printing out there. But if you read the complete works, it's surprising that they're not all horror tales. There's quite a few tales of mystery and imagination and straight up humor. And while not all of that has dated very well, some of it can be a little hard to get through because we're not in on all the jokes because we're not up on our linguistic humor of the early 19th century. But you can get the idea. But um, and some of the horror tales do have great humor sprinkled in, which makes them even more uh, just everlasting, I think. Um, but yeah, I mean, father of the detective story, father of the mystery in a lot of ways. Of course, the grand dean of horror literature, and to this day, the great stories have the power to chill the marrow and the very bones, and they even last through the dreaded classroom table readings where everybody has the literature book out and everybody has to read out loud one at a time. And most of the students, whether it's middle school or high school, drone on in the worst voice that it's like you haven't heard. To paraphrase the line in Star Trek 6, you haven't heard Shakespeare until you've heard it butchered by a middle schooler. So Poe still, makes it through even that. I remember that very, very clearly because I'm trying to remember which story it was, but I remember the dreadful experience of having to hear, I think it was The Black Cat, actually, read out loud by a variety of different students. And it was just like, oh God, this is torturous because they just go on like, the cat had vexed me, so I took its eye out. It's like, no, just have some oomph to it at least. Um, but every year I at least reread, the great Poe stories. I usually try and reread the whole tome. The only problem with most of these is it bugs me. They never go in chronological order, so you're always having to like flip back and forth. And so I've still got a bookmark in it actually. But yeah, this vintage printing, you can still get copies of this. I've had this for years. It's still held up. So you can get complete Poe books for rather cheap. I believe Barnes and Noble has one now in their bargain section that actually looks really nice. It's a hardcover. I think it's under $10, like most of those. So if you're just looking for one, you can get that one. That one looks pretty good. But there's a number of them. There's also I'd like to get the Library of America one, to have the archival one on the shelf. I believe that's a 2-volume Poe release, but this is the one that I've had for years and has served me well. But you can never have enough Poe. I've had many editions. I still have my old Dover Thrift edition of The Raven and other poems, and I always loved getting the Dover Thrift editions back in the day. And they still make these. These are the nice, slim, great literature works for a buck or two. And then I have the Modern Library paperback. I really love these releases. This is the Modern Library release of Murders in the Rue Morgue. And it has a nice stylized cover, but it has the awesome matching gold bronze spine that all of these have. I love these releases. I wish I could get more of them, but there's not like a definitive list of this particular edition type. But what's great about this is a nice slim volume that has all 3 Dupont works. So this book right here contains the 3 works that essentially created detective fiction. The importance of this in literature, it cannot be understated. And of course, Murders in the Rue Morgue has these slight horror vibes due to the culprit of the events. And in a lot of ways, Mystery of Marie Roget does have some slight horror vibes because it's basically about an unsolved crime. Which that basically, if Poe created detective fiction in a way, you could make the argument he kind of sort of also created the true crime idea or the true crime genre or the unsolved crime genre. So again, it's all from one guy. It's impossible to believe how one person, one intellect can do all of this. And of course, again, reading more into Poe's life, you could read into stuff and you read stuff in I should say, I'm sorry, read into his prose and look at his personal life and stuff. And there's a number of biographies out there. I've read several, but I still haven't read the best renowned ones. I've read a couple that were just really crummy, but again, there's so much in Poe that you can't distill it down into 5 minutes. The best of the tales get stuck in your head and never leave you. And there's even some tales in here that I love that are not as well known. One of my favorites actually is Some Words with the Mummy, which I read because it's Poe and it has the word mummy in the title. So of course this has to be great. And then I'm presented with one of the most amazingly bizarre, quirky little pieces of fiction I've ever read. It's one of my favorite Poe tales. It's not a horror tale at all, and it's full of weird humor. And I think it's still prescient today. Basically, a bunch of guys uh, know a guy who's like an archaeologist, and he's unearthed this mummy, and he's like, "Hey, come look at my mummy." And wouldn't it be cool if we could talk to this guy and learn about the ancient past? And then one guy's like, "Hey, I've read about these great studies. What if we hooked him to a battery and that worked?" And they're all like, "Oh, that's a good idea." So they basically managed to revive a mummy and then managed to rig up a way to converse with him and translate his ancient dialect. And it's a really interesting study in manners in a lot of ways, but the ending is a real wouldn't say it's a shocker, but it's one of those that I've never forgotten because it's just it's so sudden, and it's also so morbid, and but also like cheekily morbid, if that's a descriptive term. And again, Poe is never easy. Poe is never a one and done. So yeah, that's one of my favorites. That's not a more famous one, and not a horror tale, but Telltale Heart is still probably my favorite because that's the first one I encountered, and that's one of those stories that just it never leaves you. And then the Black Cat, in a lot of ways, is sort of like the revised version 2.0, where everything's better, because it's a very similar thing where you're inside the mindset of the murderer himself, telling you how things happened from his point of view, which again is really revolutionary for the time period in the way that Poe did this. But Telltale Heart is the one that I think most people know the best, and the one that sticks with you. And it's short enough that you can do dramatic readings, and pretty much the best Poe adaptations have been little short films based on individual tales. And because it's all public domain now, anybody and their brother can do Poe shorts. I've done some for old school projects and stuff. They were not very good because it was like for high school or like college, and there's just a guy in a room. But even that doesn't dilute the potency of it. it, I wish I was better at memorizing, because otherwise I would just spontaneously burst into stuff. But I still, every once in a while, I'll spontaneously, just like if it's October and I just kind of feel like it, or just for no reason, I'll just be like, da, da, da. True, nervous, very, very dreadfully nervous I had been in am, but why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I had many things in the heaven and in the earth. I had many things in hell. How then am I mad? It just lightens the conversation, and just it's like how I said at the beginning. Sometimes I'll be like, the 1,000 injuries of Fortunato I had borne without complaint, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. How's everybody doing? you know, I like doing those. Those are the two bits I've memorized. Basically the first line of Telltale Heart and Cask of Amontillado, which is like just about the great revenge story, even though you have no idea what poor Lucrezi ever did to Montresor to deserve that. And of course, just those two stories alone have been lifted and reprised in classic horror a million times over. Or of course, Black Cat as well. The idea of walling up the victim within their own tomb. I mean, that's even. It even turns up in the Val Lewton horrors, and don't want to give anything away again, but the echoes of Poe are ridiculously massive, and again, all from the same person. It's just astonishing. So every year, I try to go back, and if I don't get to read the whole tome, I try to read a good amount. I also think it's interesting and a very actually a number of ways to actually read his single novel narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym. It was the single novel he was able to publish in his lifetime. primarily he was known moreover as a poet. Then the short stories started to get more and more famous, but Poe was not really making any money until The Raven, and The Raven is what made him famous and actually got him some notoriety and got him some money and stuff. But Narrative of A. Gordon Pym is a really interesting read. It does have some humor in there, but it's very dark, and it's like, it's young man runs away from home, gets on a seagoing vessel, and basically everything in the world goes wrong. Like it's not just, and then the plot happens, or then there was a downward turn. No, everything goes wrong, and it's a really dark book. But it's a little rambling, but it's a really enjoyable experience, and I think it's a shame he only got to do one novel before his death. But I mean, one of the literary figures that just haunts you always. Once you encounter Poe, Poe never quite leaves you. And while I like some of the films very much, no one's ever really done Poe justice doing it straight. I think the closest you get are actually the Corman Poe films for being a great film and also getting the spirit of Poe in there. Matheson was very good about that, but getting the spirit of Poe's work and sometimes blending in other stories, because again, he was shooting for, he's having to do an 80 to 90 minute runtime for Roger Corman, and you can't do a single story. He did pretty darn well, I think amazingly well, with House of Usher being stretched out to 90 minutes. But some of the other tales, they mix in other stories, but I think always adhering to the spirit of Poe very well. So I think the best Poe adaptations are, if you're just looking at purity of Poe in general, it's probably still House of Usher, because that film is beautifully made. It is creative as all get out for the tiny budget that Roger Corman had, and incredibly well written. And it doesn't add a whole lot of extra business. It keeps it a small, intimate story. But what it does, which was Corman's main idea, was it makes the house much more of a physical presence, which was in the story. It is in Poe that the house itself looms large over the narrator. But I think, for getting it to a movie length, the additions that they made are beautiful and keep in the spirit of Poe. So it's all the little moments there, especially the scene where Vincent Price's Usher leads, goes into the room and points out the hideous looking portraits of all the past ushers who were all, terrible, evil human beings. The way that's done and the stylization of each of those, it just fits perfectly. So again, it's all about keeping the tonality of Poe there, even though they have to deviate some because they're having to, jump it out to 90 minutes. So I think that's the real artistic height of the Poe adaptations that are at least trying to do Poe. And of course, AIP insisted they do more films. So then they had to do things like, Corman decided, hey, let's do a Lovecraft film. So they made The Haunted Palace. AIP is like, great, who's this guy? Well, we're just going to call it Edgar Allan Poe's. Okay. So that's why it's called Poe's Haunted Palace. And then, of course, they put the poem in there. Same thing, the way they sold Witchfinder General here, the amazing Michael Reeves picture, which is a masterpiece. But over here, they cut it some and put Poe's Conqueror Worm in there as a bookend, so they could call it Edgar Allan Poe's The Conqueror Worm, just to tie it to that. But of course, that was just the marketing department. But yeah, the importance of Poe cannot be understated. And of course, like we were talking about at the beginning of the stream, I adore the Universal films of the 30s, even though they have nothing to do with Poe whatsoever. Rue Morgue, but especially Black Hat and The Raven, just amazing films, even though, again, it's got Poe in the title and that's about it. But I adore those. But if you're just talking about trying to do Poe and keep to the spirit, I think it's obviously the Corman Poe AIP films for sure. So that's it for Eddie for the moment. I told you I had stacks of stuff everywhere. So then moving on, this one's a bit interesting because I never got around to this for the longest time. And I think most people aren't aware there are actually two versions of this. And that, of course, is Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, which if you're going to read anything it should be, read selected tales of Poe and then read Frankenstein and read Dracula just to get the sense of, yeah, these are really different. So this is Frankenstein. This is I believe it's Bantam. Yeah, this is the basic Bantam edition. This was the first version I had and read long before it was ever, on a school reading list, just because I wanted to read it. And it's a real shocker to read because it has nothing to do with most of the adaptations, which deviate wildly in various degrees. Um, in a lot of ways, it's much. I guess we'd say it's lighter on the horror elements. They're definitely there, but it's told mostly from Frankenstein's point of view, and he's basically misguided medical student, and he had an interesting background. He was still just kind of dissatisfied in life and got on his whole "I must create life" scenario, and then he's like, "I'm going to go off on my own and do my own thing," and then manages to be successful, and then. Um, Basically, Frankenstein is a complete idiot and moron and chump, and basically gets scared of his own creation and is like, "No, be gone with you!" And then just it's like, "I'm gonna go about my thing," and the poor creature's like, "Well, what do I do now?" And then it basically becomes following Frankenstein in the years of aftermath and how he just tries to essentially pretend like he never did that. And then eventually the creature reappears in a number of instances, and the horror comes primarily in the creation sequence, which is very, very different from any adaptation that's ever been done. Particularly, most people think of the Universal James Whale version, but yeah, it's a really striking difference when you first read the book. But the horror is there, and then comes up when essentially the creature becomes vengeful after basically being abandoned by his creator many, many times and being uh, essentially thrown out by humanity and always spurned for no real reason other than his hideous appearance. What's also great about this is the creature not only learns to speak but actually becomes quite intelligent, and it's all through found knowledge, in a lot of ways like reading Burroughs' Tarzan of the Apes, how Tarzan basically becomes self-aware on his own, and you get the backstory of how he was able to do this. The same thing happens here, and it's probably one of my, if not my most favorite part of the book is getting when the creature confronts Frankenstein and is talking, and that freaks Frankenstein out, and he has to explain how this happened and what he's been doing all this time. And so, you think it's going to go okay. Frankenstein essentially rejects him again. And then the horror comes back in when essentially the creature decides to start taking revenge on Frankenstein. And you see some of this pop up in the 1931 Universal film with the child's death, which kind of parallels an event here. And then also primarily when the creature goes in the room and attacks Elizabeth in the film but doesn't kill her, whereas in the book, probably the most chilling line of the book is when the creature tells Frankenstein, beware, I shall be with you on your wedding night. And of course does the deed, and it's very terrifying, and that actually sets up the final act of the book, which basically becomes Frankenstein trying to chase his creation to the ends of the earth and in order to destroy him. So that's completely different. And I know in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein with that Kenneth Branagh did, they ostensibly tried to get more of the book in there, and there are some things, but it goes off in its completely own direction, has a completely different ending, and is super over the top. But at least they tried to get some things in there. There are some adaptations that try to do it straight. Of course, it's been adapted for the stage many, 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 many times. But going back to the book is a really different experience, and I've always loved the ending that where the characters end up in the Arctic and what happens to the creature. It's poetic in a way, and the ending's always stuck with me. But of course, this has a little bit of a checkered history. This is actually the 1830 second edition. This is what you most commonly get. But what you actually want to read is the 1818 original edition. This is the Oxford World Classics printing. And basically what happened here is Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein with some assistance from Percy Shelley. Some critics and historians insinuate maybe he did more than just, correct grammar. Maybe he had more input than most people realize. But basically, what happened was the book came out in 1818 and eventually became more and more successful until it became, a big thing in its own right. And eventually, in 1830, Mary Shelley decided she was going to republish it and tweak a few things. So most of the text is unchanged, but some passages are affected, and it kind of changes the tonality of the Frankenstein character and some of the story elements. Apparently, in the interim, she had become a bit religious, so there are some. It's kind of hard to describe because I can't tell you all the exact differences off the top of my head. But if you read both of these, the revised text, that's the much more common version. It kind of has a more of an idea of Frankenstein trying to achieve some sort of inner peace and some sort of salvation through a spiritual quality, which is not in the original text at all. So the original text kind of it's a bit darker, and that's just the overall tone. It's been a while since I've read the 1830 version. I tracked down this one when I really found out about it. Got this copy on eBay just because I was trying to find the original text. And now it seems a lot of people have the 1818 text and the cheap version. So I think if you go to Barnes and Noble, they have a bunch of the bargain books of public domain or the classics paperbacks. And I think you can actually get the 1818 original text a lot more easy nowadays. So I of course had to turn to eBay to track this down, but I think it's important to know about the differences and maybe read both, but just read it in general. I would hope that more people would at least read a handful of these because it's totally different than what you expect, and it's a classic work for good reason. Maybe a little bit hard to get into if you're not used to reading older literature or literature of this time period of the 19th century, but um yeah, this is a must read and totally different than all the cliches and the Universal films we know and adore. So I think it's important to know where all this stuff came from. But yeah, if you do read them, read this, try to find the original 1818 text because I think it is a better work. And I don't want to say that the 1830 is the Star Wars special edition of Frankenstein, but it's interesting that Shelley felt the need to go back and rework her most famous work in some bits, and then this became the de facto version. But I do think the original text reads better because, of course, closer to the original intent because it is the original work. So there's that. This one, of course, it's a short story or a novella, I guess you should say. So usually it's not published on its own. It's usually in a bunch of short story collections. Of course, the writer needs no introduction, but of course, I usually try to reread this every year. And that, of course, is The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson. This is actually the copy I've had ever since I was a kid. This is the old Troll Book Club paperback, which is why it's published by itself. It's ultra thin, but when they would do the school book clubs and have the little mail away order things, there would always be a little section or a little shelf in the book fairs of these really nice classic editions of classic literature, and they'd all be significantly cheaper. Usually marked down to $1 or $2. They're all unabridged. They're all in really nice printings. I've always loved how these are very easy to read. You can carry them around. But yeah, they actually printed this as an individual tiny volume and with this really cool cover art. Most of these have really nice cover artworks on them. So I've held on to some of these just because I've always read them. They're unabridged, they're unedited, and I always reread this because it's so short. And to this day, I don't think anybody's nailed the story because this is actually much more of a mystery suspense story if you've never read it than a straight up horror tale. And what makes the horror element stand out to me much more are the fact that it's set up as a mystery, so you don't know. And even though everybody knows the idea of Jekyll and Hyde, if you've never read Stevenson's novella before, it definitely has that mystery element. That it adds layers of suspense, and it makes the horror elements much more impactful. So for me, the ending of this is even more striking. And every time they make it into a movie, they always change stuff. They always add things. I think that stems from the 1932 Mamoulian version, a Ruben Mamoulian version. That's it's probably the best and most well loved version, the amazing 1932 pre-code film with Frederick March that he won the Oscar for. And while that is a great classic pre-code film, I never got on with it that much, because, I love the visuals of it. I love the performances, but all the stuff they added about the psychology of Jekyll, and they made him a younger man. They gave him the love interest, and it was purported that the suppression of him being able to consummate his love by marrying the girl and all that. They added a lot to it, and I think that kind of detracts from Stevenson's original work. And but I think because it was successful, that gave everybody that idea. So every time they just add a bunch of stuff. So I would love to one day see like a pure straight version of the novella. It'd be very short, but I think that pacing, the setting, and I think it could really work. I just don't think anybody's ever quite done it. Just right to actually do the novella justice. So if you've never read it, please go and read it. Believe it's public domain as well, of course. So you probably can just read it on Project Gutenberg online if you want to. But it's very short. It's about 80 pages in this. You can read it in about an hour or two. It still holds up. And of course, Stevenson wrote other tales. I would love to get like a complete stories collection, because, of course, he also wrote a story about ostensibly about Burke and Hare, which led to uh, the inspiration and story that gave us Val Lewton's The Body Snatcher, which, of course, is one of the great all-time great classic horror films. So Stevenson did kind of dabble in other horror, and there are some darker portions of, say, Kidnapped or Robinson Crusoe, or his more famous works. I'm sorry, but I said Robinson Crusoe. Sorry, I meant Treasure Island. Gotta get some ginger ale. We're about to get in the big one. So, of course, the big one, and the one that's probably the go-to for reading classic horror literature and going, OMG, what the hell is this? I've been lied to my whole life, is, of course, Stoker's Dracula. It is a weighty tome. It is kind of hard to get into because of the style of writing, because this is all told in um, I forget the exact description, but it's all told through newspaper articles, diary entries, and it's all told. It's not in first person, and it's not in third person, so it's a little hard to get into, and it is definitely wordy. This is actually, again, my old book club copy. It's actually a Scholastic printing, but this is a wonderful edition. It's got this amazing cover on it. I like that it's all black, and best of all is the Dracula rendering they actually printed here on the spine. So that's a really nice touch. And it's actually, relatively pocket sized, even though it's still quite thick, and it is unabridged. So this is the version I've always read, because it's the version I had growing up, and it's held up really well because it's a thick book, because, of course, they fit the whole, 500 plus page novel in here, and the spine's still held up. So I would like to get a fancier edition someday, like one of the super nice hardcover ones, or a bookstore edition with a fancy cover. But this has served me very well. And again, it's always important to get these complete and unabridged. But if you've never read Dracula, I mean, it's never been done in films. And no one's really ever done Stoker. Christopher Lee was always saying that, it's like, if you just did Stoker, that's all you have to do. But no one listens to me. Damn it! So, but that's an important thing, because people have used elements of this, or they've done basically the spine of it, but it is quite longer. And once you get into it, it has moments of pure horror. Jonathan Harker being in Castle Dracula, it builds over time. He doesn't realize he's a prisoner for a while, and he's there for a long period of time. And things like when Dracula assaults the women, it's not like he comes in and it's over in a night. No, it takes months for somebody to die, and they waste away horribly. And there are passages that are just phenomenal, and then there are passages where it's like, okay, somebody's talking a lot in their diary. Can we get on with the plot a little bit? So it is a bit long. It is definitely a bit rambling, and it's kind of hard to get into because of the writing style. But if you stick with it, it is so well worth your time. And once you get into the Castle Dracula sequences at the beginning, you're pretty much hooked. And I try to reread this every year. I think it grows with every reread. I like it more and more and more. And the best passages are the iconic moments that have popped up in most films. The staking of the waiting in the crypt for the vampire to come back. So that way, it's not just Van Helsing blabbering on about mythology and superstition, but the common folk, for lack of a better term, see for themselves. Or Jonathan Harker in Castle Dracula realizing to his horror what he's in for, that his days are numbered. And it's also a lot of little indirect things. There's a particular moment that, because of course I still got my bookmark in here, so I'm about like a fifth or a fourth in. I just started rereading it again, but I had forgotten about the particular moment where, and I think it's right after Harker is approached by the brides of Dracula, the women of Dracula in Castle Dracula for the first time, and he's totally freaked out. And Dracula appears and casts them off and essentially saves Harker because he wants him for his own purposes later on. But the brides are basically like, they're like, well, what are we gonna eat now? And then Dracula just throws a bundle at them, and Harker, to his horror, sees something and hears a cry, and basically Dracula has just thrown a baby at the three brides, and they all go ooh, and they all take it and run away, to just rip apart an infant. And then later on, the emotional mother shows up outside the castle and is like, "Give me my child back." Yeah, and then Dracula just is like, and like snaps his fingers and calls his pack of wolves to just rip her apart. And he's just like, okay, now what? That does not make it into every adaptation. Those are just the random moments I had actually forgotten about, and I just reread, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I forgot about those. Definitely not the Universal version, of course, but you get the framework in the Universal version, which of course is based on the Hamilton Dean play originally, and then the John Balderston Broadway rewrite. And they did that because, of course, they didn't have the money to do the big A production of doing Stoker's Dracula as a 1931 sound film talkie. So they had to base everything on the stage play, which, with Dracula becoming, the first, true sound horror film in the United States, that kind of inspired everybody. Oh, that's what a horror film is. So then some of that stuff has stayed ever since. And excuse me, it probably would have been a bit different, of course, had they been able to do Stoker's novel. So again, stick with it if you've never read it, or if you found it difficult and kind of gave up. I know I did as a kid. For the first couple times I tried to read it, and I was like, oh, I don't want to read this. It's in letter form, but it's a classic for a good reason, and it has many scenes that will still, again, stick with you and chill and make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. And it's fun. This is one of those, I think it grows every time you reread it, and I try to read it every year or every other year. But yeah, it's still like Frankenstein. It's a huge difference from the films we all know and love, actually going back to the source and rereading it. And also, I still love these old book club edition copies. I gotta say, I still love reading this, and have a lot of fond memories. And again, it's held up really, really well, and it was only $2.99 back in the '90s. So, thank you, Scholastic. Actually, okay. So I did pull two H.G. Wells novels, which I think fit perfectly into this, and of course, have been adapted as classic horror films. Of course, again, like I said before, you could also read War of the Worlds, and you could read Time Machine, because there are horror elements in there, but those I think are pretty much more straightforward as science fiction. Whereas this one, I think, bridges the gap a lot more because the horror elements are so there. And this is another novel that I think nobody's really done perfectly, because it really isn't suited for films, because it muses a lot. Basically, the setup happens, and then there's a lot of musing, and then the finale happens, and then there's some more musing. Like it goes on. It's its own particular thing. And that, of course, is Island of Dr. Moreau, which is a story and idea that's haunted me ever since I became aware of what it was about. And then I had to track this down and read it, and I just could not believe it's one of those that just always stuck with me. Same thing with the Time Machine. In a lot of ways, H.G. Wells was the forefather of modern science fiction and a number of other genres. So, kind of like Poe, another one of these incredible geniuses that was had a varied interest, but was so important and such a landmark in different fields. But um, reading this book is a really different experience. I mean, I think everybody now will have a general idea that basically it's about a private island of sorts where Dr. Moreau has basically gone crazy with his experiments of vivisection and basically has created his own hybrid race of mutant man beasts, where he's trying to encourage and teach them to act more and more human like to prove his insane theories. And our poor narrator gets shipwrecked and washed ashore and gets stuck in the middle of all of this, and just um, getting from his account as an outsider. There's passages in here which are just spine chilling, but then there's also a lot of, well, he's stuck sitting around and what does he do? So there's a suspense element, but then around the horror and suspense sequences, there's a lot of musing. So it is a relatively long novel. It's longer than Time Machine for sure. And Wells was a great philosopher, so there's a lot of philosophy in here. And I think to do this as a film, it would be a really tough challenge for a screenwriter. And that's why I think every time they try, it really doesn't work, except for one. There was one time where it did work, and but Wells himself hated it. And I think if Wells had lived to see some of the other versions, he would have gone, "Hey, that wasn't so bad." And that, of course, is 1932's Island of Lost Souls, which basically is a pre-code horror version of Island of Dr. Moreau. And ironically, for being, apparently it deviates from the novel so much, and Wells hated it because, it changed so much. And that's why he said, all right, from now on, I will have to have author approval control, which is why Universal then had trouble adapting The Invisible Man, because they came up with so many cockamamie ideas that it's no wonder Wells put that clause in his contract. But actually, Island of Lost Souls is the most accurate to the novel and does a really amazing job at distilling it down into a pre-code runtime. And it's appropriately dark in all the right places. It gets over almost all of the philosophy in Wells, even though it is a bit different and it's much more geared to be lurid, and it is lurid. But Charles Laughton as Moreau is phenomenal. The makeup of the man beast is staggering, and you don't see them all that much. It's so intricately done. And of course, you have Lugosi as the head. I forget the exact name, but I guess he's the sayer of the law. It's just a phenomenal, super dark, very lurid pre-code horror film, and really great. So in a lot of ways, it's actually the best version. The 70s version with Burt Lancaster is pretty good, but it's just kind of okay. And then of course the 1995 Moreau with Brando and Val Kilmer that wound up being directed by John Frankenheimer, or finished, I should say, started by Richard Stanley. It's a legendary project that went horribly wrong. There's the great documentary, believe it's called oh gosh, now I'm blanking on the title, but it's the documentary about how the Richard Stanley production of Dr. Moreau went horribly wrong, and it was his dream project. And so basically, that whole film was cursed. So it leaves the Island of Lost Souls being the best version of this story. But I still think everybody should read Wells's Moreau, which is just a work of just abject terror and philosophy. So it's a strange blend, but yeah, I still love reading this, and it's one of those that just it's the ideas in this, just the setup, I've always found extraordinarily creepy and striking. This is another one of these really awesome modern library paperback versions, and sometimes like this they have just a minimalist cover photo, but I always loved this choice of the paw just coming through the cage there. I just, with this tinting on it, I just thought it was a really simple but effective and very fitting cover for this. and then you have the nice spine that matches, and the rear cover. And these also usually have the some critical notes about the author, and then some nice forwards and stuff about their life and background. And also, what's great about these is the printing is nice and big and easily readable. The problem with some of these, well, most of these, even stuff like Library of America, the reason why I don't have so many is they have the really small print and the very thin paper, and that just bugs me. So I much prefer having easily readable text. And then that can also go for my copy of The Invisible Man. This again is my old Troll Book Club copy. Even though it's got this sort of, cartoony looking cover, it's, well done enough. Getting complete and unabridged, and a nice, easy to read font, which is great. And this again is a little bit different than the Invisible Man stories we know. The setup's a little different, and the actual character of the Invisible Man is a little different. But I think with this one, this is still a great novel to read. This is still one of Wells's iconic classics. But this is, I think, the one case here where the film version is definitive and better than the original source material. And that, of course, is the Universal 1933 James Whale film written by R.C. Sheriff. And I think what Sheriff and Whale did was to improve upon Wells, is they added the undercurrent of humor. They made the British setting much more varied and realistic, and it feels more lived in. And they also give the Invisible Man not only a love interest but a tragic backstory, and they make him a normal person who, over the process of the invisibility serum and everything, becomes insane. So it's a tragedy, and the Invisible Man is not in his right mind, which also adds a layer of suspense in that once people realize who the Invisible Man actually is, can they actually save him from himself? So there's a lot of extra layers there that they added that improve immensely, and make the story much more satisfying, particularly the ending, which is one of the great film endings. But if you go back to the novel, it's a lot more straightforward. It doesn't have that James Whale whimsy, which had really come to the forefront by the time of The Invisible Man, because that was just after he had done The Old Dark House. So again, I think the novel is a lot more straightforward. The Invisible Man himself is not really a likable character, and essentially, he was kind of it's kind of hinted at he was kind of a messed up guy before, and then when becoming invisible, kind of gives him more of the power complex, but he kind of already had it. So it doesn't have the tragic backstory. It doesn't have the elements of suspense. It doesn't have the love interest. It doesn't have all that stuff. So it's a lot more of a straight read. But it's still a good read, and it's still good to go back and reread this along with the other Wells works. But this is, I think, the one case out of all of these where the film version is the definitive version of the tale. Not to belittle Wells's work at all, because I still love this book. It's still one of the classic works of literature, but I do think the film made really amazing and great improvements, which again, you have to credit Whale, but especially R.C. Sheriff as the screenwriter. So I think that's the one Universal title where they really improved in the adaptation process. I think it's one of the great literature to film adaptations ever, actually. But yes, this is still a great book to go back and reread, and still a great work. And then last, one of the people in history you wish somehow, some way you could have dinner with sometime, because they literally are one of the most interesting people who ever lived. And that, of course, is Oscar Wilde and his novel Picture of Dorian Gray, which is one of those stories that haunts you. It sticks with you. It's not the most bloodletting novel or work, but just the central idea, which has been ripped off and lifted 10 billion times since this point. It just always has stuck with me. I still like going back and rereading this, and I still find it chilling. And it's one of those tales where, yes, it's a horror tale, but it's also, that kind of disguises the fact that it's also pretty much a tale about um, or it's really more metaphorical for human society in general and how Wilde kind of viewed everything as one of the ultimate outsiders. Um, and it's also full of his wit and his observations and things. Um, so it's one of those works I think rewards many, many, many repeated readings. Of course, again, it's been adapted a million times. It's been ripped off 10 million times, just like Poe and all of the other classic works I've talked about so far. But I think by far and large, I mean the one film version is the 1940s MGM version, which is really well done. So I don't think you really need to bother with trying to do that again. I think the only way you could improve on that is literally like doing a as direct as you can adaptation and getting more of the wit and whimsy of Wilde's prose in there. Of course, it would be a much longer, much more rambling film because of that. So I don't know if it would improve on the MGM version, but at least there is that great version of the story available to watch. And Warner Archive has done an amazing Blu-ray of that release, so you can see it in HD with a really good disc out there. This is the Signet Classic paperback, which also includes some other really nice Wilde stories. I really would love to get a complete Wild collection. I don't know if there's like a complete omnibus or definitive version to go for. Of course, with most of these being in the public domain, there's just bukus of different printings out there. But this has always been the version I've had. I've always loved the cover, loved the black with the red and the sort of handwritten quality to the title, and just love the design of this jacket. And again, the novel itself, you can read at a, it's not too terribly long. I'm trying to figure this out. I can't remember the exact page count, but yeah, it's a decent length. It's about 200 some odd pages. So of course, this is Dorian Gray, and then here are the extra stories. And usually, most copies of Dorian Gray include these same stories. So usually, when you get a paperback, you get that bonus included as well. But I think this is again one of the great works. I think it's still very easy to pick up and read. So I think this is one that most everybody can read. And of course, it's in a lot of school curriculums. So chances are you've read a passage from it, or you probably read it long ago, or of course, did the classics say that you read it and just read the cliff notes? I know I was one of the few people that actually read every book and then kind of felt a little bit like a chump when I would get in there and realize the entire class, I was the only one who actually read the book. But also I was like, well, it's a new book I can reread over and over and over again. And this is one that I've always enjoyed going back to. And again, Wilde being one of the great intellects of human history, really, which is kind of why society decided they had to try and destroy him. Of course, can't do that. It's too dangerous. You have ideas. But anyway, this is still one of the great works. Still very, very haunting. The central conceit of the person who seems to never age, but the portrait locked away in the attic shows all the damage of the body and soul. I mean, it's just a terrifying, chilling idea. That singular image alone of the perfect looking young man standing before his diseased portrait. It's just, I mean, it's one of those images that's haunted me and never left me. So I always enjoy going back and rereading this. All right. So after that, I need some more ginger ale. So that does it for all the novels I have set aside. This is when I'm working my way through this month. And again, like most of my yearly horror stuff, I'll still be probably going till Thanksgiving because there's never enough time to cram everything in. I'm always amazed and is highly envious of people who participate in like the horror movie challenges, and they're like, day 11, film 28, and I'm like, how do you do that? Like, I'm lucky to get a few in a week, and then if I do all 130 some odd that I have written down, then I'll be, I'll be maybe done by Christmas. It's like sometimes I feel like I need to start before October, like as soon as, like, maybe I should start September 1st because it's like the leaves start falling. Then it starts to get a little bit colder. I'm like, aha, I can start now. That well, maybe I'll be done by Halloween. So But yeah, I wanted to pull all of these because I had more than I realized, and I'm trying to read most of these. I've already read some, and I'm already partially into Dracula again. But I try to reread some of these every October, and I'm trying to get through every book that I have that I haven't read, and all that stuff. So I'm gonna have fun going through all these again. So I just wanted to I was looking for other topics because again, I kind of did most of my big topics last year for classic horror films. So I was like, you know what? Why not go to the source? Why not talk about the actual horror of the page and where all this stuff began? Because you know, I mean, you read a lot about a lot of it in reference books or books on horror films and chapters on the beginnings of things, but it's not often that people really go back and read unless they're already heavy into literature or they're book nerds or I try to read some every year, but this year I'm actually trying to. I literally pulled all of these off my shelf, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go through all of these. Um, let's see, I think I got some stuff while I was rambling. Let's see. Oh, video connoisseurs here. Hey, man, and Christopher. Hello, sir. So let's see. What do we got that I missed so far? Uh, oh gosh, hard questions. Favorite Val Lewton. Oh man, favorite Val Lewton picture. Oh god, that's oof. That is hard. Well, I love all 9 of the horror films. I watch all of them every year. I do kind of prefer some, but I think they're all masterpieces in their own way. So it's very difficult, but it would have to be Cat People. Cat People is it's the singular one you can point to. I know it's the first one, but it's still the strongest of all of them. I think it's one of the great masterpieces of not just horror, not just the 1940s. It's one of the great films. It just is. Um, and most of the Lutons are actually. I could make the argument for all 9 in a lot of ways, but most of the 9 are. But I love all of them. But Cat People still gets me emotionally by the end. Again, most of the Luton films do because they're so unbelievably poetic. But I will admit, certain ones I kind of get choked up on the ending. They just get me emotionally. Cat People does. I Walked with the Zombie kind of does. I know the Leopard Man's a weaker film, but the ending of the Leopard Man is also phenomenal and gets me. But Curse of the Cat People especially. Oh my gosh, that one. I think Curse of the Cat People is the one that gets me the most emotionally. Which that's probably I say this a lot, but I think Curse of the Cat People, even though it's they sold it as a horror film, but it's really not. It has horror moments in it, but I think Curse of the Cat People is the best film ever made about childhood and the imagination of children. I mean, my God, all the Luton films are far beyond B films or just horror films. They're all tone poems. But the Curse of the Cat People, my goodness, that is just like you go into that, you don't expect what you're getting into, and my goodness, that is a picture. But yeah, if I had to pick one, it would be Cat People because that again, it's just one of the great films. But yeah, I could make the argument for any of them. I did finally see Mademoiselle Fifi, which I really appreciated. And that's a very hard film to see. The only release here in the States is the old Laserdisc, and I really want to see the other non-horror Luton films, but their availability is very sketchy. So I believe Youth Runs Wild, which got butchered by the studio, so you can't see that film properly, which was his film about the culture clash of the youth versus adults in the World War II era and the immediate post-war period. And it's basically the youth in revolt long before that was ever a genre. And it was supposed to be a hard-hitting expose type of picture, and it got butchered, and the entire meaning and everything got cut out. Which I would love if that could ever be resurrected somehow. I long since abandoned hope. It's one of those, of course, at RKO, so it's probably in the same scenario as Amberson's. But that would be an amazing film to ever get resurrected. Let alone see the cut version. I've never seen the cut version. And then the other one would be he did the handful of romantic comedies. which I still haven't seen. And then the one I want to see most is Apache Drums, which is the Western he made at Universal, which is pretty much the last picture he did. It's a low budget Western, but it has a lot. It's supposed to have a lot of the elements of the Luton horrors, and is supposed to be really impressive for being a low budget film. And Universal was so impressed with it that they wanted him to do more stuff, but just never came to be. But I really want to see that too. Let's see. Oh wow, with Mike, the '76 King Kong saw in 1980 as a 3-year-old and it scared me to death. It's my oldest movie I can remember watching. That I can see that that's pretty heavy for a 3-year-old. Yeah, I would think the scariest moment might be when Kong is fighting the snake and it wraps all around him and it's very dark. I don't know about you guys, but when I was a kid, I would always get kind of spooked by not quite the, you see the tree in the dark and it looks like a scary monster until you notice it's a tree. Not quite that, but I kind of would get spooked by things at night, especially like amusement parks at night when everything was closed and all the lights were off. I've always found that a sort of chilling atmosphere. So, it makes sense. That's why it became the setting for so many horror films. But yeah, I could see that totally. Because even the original King Kong, especially it being a pre-code film with all of these censored footage back in there with Kong putting guys in his mouth and the dinosaurs attacking the. I mean, ostensibly it's a brontosaurus coming out of the water and getting the guy on the tree, but just the lighting of that and the mistiness of the water and the inherent archaicness of the O'Brien effects kind of makes it even scarier in a lot of ways. So yeah, like seeing those at 3, I can see that being scary. Let's see. I don't know what the first movie I remember watching. Actually, I should try and think about that and figure that out more. I know some of the first films that I saw technically, but I don't remember them. I remember some of the first films I rented, and I remember seeing films, but I don't know what the specific first one would be that I have like the most clear, vivid memory of. It's a good joke, connoisseur. Edgar once earned a decent living. Unfortunately, he died Poe. Yes. That's just a Poe boy. Yes, Eric. Oh, man. You have to think what Poe and Wells and Wilde and everybody, would have thought of not only their creations in this day and age, but, 2020 in general. Again, going back to Some Words with the Mummy, the lead character at the end, having the line, I wonder who will be president in 20. Is it 2025 or 2045? I can't remember what year is used there, but it's like, I wonder who will be president in 2025. It's like, well, if you only knew. Here we are, almost there. Let's see. Christopher, a big Wells fan. Yes. I think if you get hooked on Wells early on, I think it's such a rewarding experience. I still haven't read his other works. I wish there was like a big complete collection in multiple volumes, but it's still like you got to cherry pick and buy a bunch of different books to get everything. I still really need to read Shape of Things to Come, which of course was made into the great film Things to Come. And then I really want to read Food of the Gods and some of the other ones. He wrote so many works. It's a lot to go through, but I really would like to do it at some point because I've always loved rereading the real famous ones over and over. Miserable man's girlfriend wouldn't marry him because when he proposed, she said one day she wanted to have children and she just couldn't see him with kids. I feel like there should be a book of nothing but jokes about the cliches of horror conventions. You could easily fill a book with that. No, I haven't actually read the. Wait, no. The original story of The Fly. I can't remember. I wanted to say that I haven't, but now that I'm thinking about it, I may have because I seem to remember. I think maybe I read it. I don't know if it was published in like an omnibus or story collection, but I want to say that I have at some point because for some reason I feel like I have. Admittedly, though, that's always a story that's creeped me out way too much. Like I've seen the original 1958 film like twice, and that's about as much as I can make it through it. Even though you don't really see anything, it's just one of those. It's like just the thought of it is just like that's just icky. And then the Cronenberg version just took that to the stratosphere. So I saw the Cronenberg version once, and that was enough. Like I don't go for body horror and stuff. So it's just like, okay, you took the ickiness of the original movie that was already was a bit much for me, and you just took it to the stratosphere. Okay. Um, I haven't seen the Fly sequels. I will admit I haven't seen Return of the Fly, which also has Vincent Price. So I guess I need to finally see those and get it over with. But I will admit that whole concept and story has been always something that creeps me out. So I admit it absolutely. Um, Dorian Gray is also an extended allegorical critique of late 19th century artistic tendencies, which can make it difficult for modern readers. You are correct. Yes. Yes, it is. And it's just like reading Importance of Being Earnest. It's the same sort of thing. But I think, well, it's so rewarding and such just, I always get a certain, certain warmth that, especially of course from the famous witticisms. I mean, my God, like there was never a better witicist than Oscar Wilde in the history of time. But yeah, I think even if people are not aware of any of that, I think it's still just you get hooked into the story and you just follow young Dorian Gray and his just ever increasing descent into darkness. And he's just like totally unaware of it for most of it. But then he kind of perversely becomes more and more aware of his own personal corruption at his own hands. It's just, it's really kind of bizarre, the trying to describe the character arc of Dorian Gray. But once you get into it, it's just you can't stop. Um, so the most horrifying scene in the original King Kong was when he picked up the sleeping woman from her bed, held her over the street below, and then dropped her. Imagine what was going on through her mind. Yeah. I always love that he does that because he's like, aha, I have found Fay Ray. You are not Fay Ray. Nah. It's just like, well, that's what he probably would have done in real life. They didn't, like, had it been done, a few years later, he would have just put her back, and it wouldn't have the same impact. It's just like, ah. And then, of course, what's going through her mind is like, is this a nightmare? Well, no, I guess not. And, of course, it also makes me flash to, of course, that was the primary inspiration for the power up when you play Rampage, the original arcade classic. When you play as the three different characters, they each have a certain character that's a power up. But when you're the main character, which I believe is Ralph, I think it's Ralph, George, and Lizzie. But the main character turns into a giant ape. And then if you punch through the window when the woman appears and you grab her, then you walk around and get extra points while you're carrying her. And you can just drop her down to the ground from on top of the skyscraper you're on. But yeah, that's I think of those things. First, I think it's funny that he just literally drops her. He's like, "You are not Fay Ray. Goodbye." And then second, I think of Rampage. Oh, Wolf's here. Hey, man. Good morning. Have we been on long? Only 2 hours. Oh, yeah. So I never set a time for these things or like a limit or anything, but I'm just glad I was able to get on tonight because I was trying to do it, trying to block out some time. So I figured, go for about 2 or 3 hours and talk about some great classic literature and some of the film adaptations and stuff. Never seen any Fly films, not even the original. Yeah, like I said a minute ago, it was always it was definitely a hard sell for me just because I found the concept really creepy and terrifying in a lot of ways. I did finally see the original as a kid, and it terrified the absolute crap out of me. And I did the whole watching through the fingers and everything. But the original is it. I would say see the original film, and of course, as a Vincent Price completist, you have to see it. I've really got to see the sequel because I am a Vincent Price completist, so it's been one I've put off for a while. Um, and the original, it is intelligent enough. It's really well made on a low budget. It is in scope, so not many lower budgeted horror films were in the late 50s. Yeah, I mean, I would say if anything, it's actually reminiscent in a number of ways of Jekyll and Hyde with the framing device. And I'm talking about the actual Stevenson Jekyll and Hyde. It's got a sort of framing device in there, and you don't see the actual fly for the longest time. It's kind of kept away, and it's like, leave me some food outside. Don't come in here. I'm working on something. So that kind of does remind me of Jekyll and Hyde in a way. So I think that does help. It adds to the air of mystery and atmosphere. But my goodness, the ending of the original Fly, that's one of those you see it as a kid, it is burned into your brain. I mean, that's still, even though the effects are obviously a little hokey, I mean, it just is terrifying. And just, again, I saw that as a kid. It is burned into your brain, and you will never hear the words, help me, ever again the same way. So yeah, see the original, go from there, see what you think. But yeah, it's always been one of those that's creeped me out so much. Um, Original story is so much more tragic than either movie. And that story went through a second time, and that was when we still mixed with the fly, but also the cat that disappeared earlier. That I totally remember that now. So I must have read the original story at some point, like I thought, because as soon as you said that, because that now rings a bell, like it goes further wrong. Yeah. So I've got to find that again, because now I swear I remember that about the cat. Yeah. So there you go. Also check out the story. I've got to find that now, because now I know that I've read it at some point. Seems hard on the cat. Yeah. Cats get a bad rap in horror. Oh, Garrick's in the house. Hey, man. Just finished a double feature of Haunted Palace and Mask of the Red Death. Excellent. Yeah, I should have mentioned that. That's the other release I've got to get this year is the new restoration of Mask of the Red Death has been released to Blu-ray. Shout Factory's doing it here, and then Studio Canal is doing it in the UK and Europe. And then Shout has reprinted the Vincent Price Collection Volume 1, and that includes the new Mask of the Red Death. So I'm very tempted to just buy the box, even though all I need is Red Death, and I have the Arrow UK disc for the others and stuff, but I'm just a completist. Excuse me. And I have volume 2 and volume 3, so I want volume 1 on the shelf, and I missed out on it the first time. So it's like, yeah, I'll pay an extra $20 for a box. I have problems. What am I doing? So I'm definitely going to get that, because I'm very excited to see the restoration, and it's also finally the uncut version again, because until now, and there was the German Blu-ray that went out of print, but you have to have the US letterbox laserdisc to have the uncut version, which it's a few little snippets that were trimmed out at some point, but once you know they're missing, it's very annoying to see the MGM DVD or first Blu-ray from Shout Factory where they're missing, and it's really annoying. Ah, hello, Zach. Um, oh, you've got the colorized King Kong. Yeah, that is an interesting LD variant. I think it also came out on tape, but yeah, that's one of those. It's interesting to have if you're into that sort of thing in terms of researching the colorized versions. I have one or two colorized releases just because they are rare. I can't stand them though, but I kind of have them personally. I have them as the sort of, I can put this on top of my shelf to stare at and give myself motivation to do my babbling. It's like, it's like the one of the symbols of how not to do video preservation. But they are really cool to go back and see exactly how they were doing it with the technology at the time, and some are a heck of a lot better than others. Most are terrible, but personally I kind of have like a morbid curiosity towards some of them. I'm never going out of my way to own them, but there I do have one or two of the colorized VHS tapes. But yeah, King Kong has the one LD, and I believe it's got an actual colorized cover. It's like a painting where Kong's in color, and I think he's on top of the Empire State Building with like a yellow background. But yeah, that would be cool to have and look at. But yeah, I usually I just like look at segments of a colorized version. I can't stand going through watching the whole movie that way. It just kills me. But yeah, it's a segment of video history that thankfully did not run rampant and take over everything like audio remixing would later on. But it's fun up for, I think, to have like a morbid curiosity about it. Like, hey, I've got the colorized version from 1987. I'm gonna look at this and be like, let me put my weird historical critic cap on. I got some more Mask of the Red Deathlove. Oh, Elvin's here. Hey, man. Yes, another upgrade. Still good news. And my wallet is screaming. So I ordered a few discs from the Shout Factory sale, and I was like, well, they haven't included the new Red Death or Vincent Price release, which is what I really need to get from Shout Factory. But I'm getting these others I really need, but I've still got to get that one. So I'm having to like spread it around, and because there's so many sales going on right now. But yeah, I've got to do that too. So many great releases this year, and it's just tough to catch up on all of them. Oh, Connoisseur saw me talking about Man with X-Ray Eyes on LD. Immediately looked around online and scored one cheap. Wow, that is impressive. Good for you. That is a super tough disc to find. That is ultra late release. Actually, hang on a second. The benefit about having stuff pulled for October is I'm looking over my weight. It's staring at me. So yeah, this is Man with X-Ray Eyes on LD. This is a disc from 1999. It is a super US late release, which means this guy is normally well over $100 on the Laserdisc market, and it's not anything particularly special. It's just because it's ultra late release. Not only is it 1999, it's late 1999. It's one of the Orion final releases, and it's a pretty iconic cult horror title, and it actually really great. It's, of course, produced and directed by Roger Corman, starring Ray Milland. A really great underrated film. It's got more of a cult following now. The only problem with this is, unfortunately, this is pan and scan for some unknown reason. It's got great cover art, digital mono track and everything, but I don't know why it's pan and scan. But I was just amazed to find this locally, and I was like, wait, I know this is ultra late release, but I didn't realize how valuable it was. So I immediately bought it. Then when I got home, looked it up on the database. I was like, oh my gosh, wow. So yeah, good job, man. If you got this for, less than $90, you did well. I mean, this thing goes for kind of crazy prices just because it's ultra late release territory. Not quite, like a Japanese only late release LD from like 2000, but this is getting on up there. This is, one of the very late production LDs, and I don't think it's in the last 20 US LDs ever made, but it's pretty darn close. And gorgeous cover art. The only problem is it's pan and scan. Why, I don't know. But yeah, gorgeous package. By the way, I managed to find the License to Kill LP in absolutely mint condition at my local store on Sunday. Wow. Good job, man. Maybe some of my luck is rubbing off on you guys. That's fantastic. License to Kill is a exceptionally hard to find LP. That one took me ages. I had to resort to eBay searches over and over. License to Kill is the hardest to find vinyl Bond soundtrack for sure. You can get the CD pretty easily, and I think it was just because it was 1989. CD era had already firmly established itself. It's hard enough getting the Living Daylights LP on Warner Brothers, but getting License to Kill is exceptionally difficult and only getting harder. Really great mastering. Has the same Bernie Grundman mastering as the CD. Unfortunately, it's got that awful programming where it's just they chop up the soundtrack cues and then they put the license revoked 10-minute cue at the end of all the different cues, and then a lot of the source music. But it's the only release out there, and I think the LP is maybe a little bit better than the CD. So fantastic job on finding that. That sucker is really hard to find. Oh, Connoisseur got X-Ray Eyes for $25. Good job. Yeah, that is what. Also found the Looney Tunes Volume 5 Golden Age box set for $25, factory sealed. The amount of the envy I have right now is Stratospheric. That wow. That's like in the all-time great Laserdisc scores for sure. For those of you who don't know, although I'm sure pretty much most of you do because I've talked about it a number of times, the Golden Age of Looney Tunes box sets are the Laserdisc box sets done primarily from original print sources and do a good majority of the original shorts, but they're all, untouched transfers, ostensibly with original audio and original color timing. They're not remixed like a lot of the restorations that started to happen in the 90s, particularly the Turner restorations of the mid 90s. So a lot of animation collectors really like them for that, but also certain shorts were only ever released to disc on those, particularly shorts that are now deemed not politically correct or have been edited since. So they're important for that reason, and there were 5 volumes, and they made print runs, and as they went on, the later the volume, the harder it is to find. So volume 1 is the easiest to find. You have to find the first version that has one short that was removed from later pressings because of parental concerns over its political correctness. And then volume 2 is a little harder to find. Volume 3 is much harder to find. Of course, the prices are going up. Volume 4 is very difficult to find. So volume 1's like 20 to 25 usually. Volume 2 is about 25 to maybe 40. And then volume 3 is usually 40 to maybe 80, depending on condition usually. Volume 4 is usually 80 to maybe 120. And then volume 5 is a Laserdisc white whale, is exceptionally rare and usually pops up on eBay for the low price of $500, accepting bids. Usually, like a group post, you can get it at a nice seller price of like $350 or even $250. So it's like the holy grail of animation on Laserdisc for a lot of different reasons. But man, finding one of those for that price and that condition, wow. Where did you find it, if I might ask? I'm just curious because I still have an eBay saved search for Looney Tunes on Laserdisc, just for general stuff. But usually, anytime a 5 pops up, it's like $500 easy. 2 weeks later, someone purchased one for $30, not sealed. Dang, would have grabbed it if I've seen that one too. Don't know if I'm going to open the one I have. Well, I mean, I guess it's up to you. If it were me, I would probably just go ahead and open it because I don't really think there's the same sort of collectability value for sealed Laserdisc like a sealed record would be. If I ever have a sealed LD, I automatically open it. But it's on a box set, it's different. For me, LDs, if it's a standard jacket and it's sealed, I want to get that open because I want to make sure the disc isn't warped, because shrink wrap can tighten over time. And if you look at most LDs, they are like vacuum sealed, and usually the edges have kind of curled inward. So if you unseal it, usually the jacket has damage because it's been sealed for 20 plus years. But that means the discs are very likely warped, which means playback problems, which means if you pay a premium for a sealed LD and you pull it out, it's like when you get a sealed LP and it's warped to hell and back, and you're like, why did I pay extra? But it's sealed. Since it being a box set, you can leave it sealed and it shouldn't be an issue like that. Again, if it were me, I would open it because I would want to watch it finally. But I don't think you'd have to worry about value. I'm sure some might pay more a little bit for having a perfectly sealed one. And if you needed some money, you could put it up and get a nice chunk of change, and you could sell that and buy every DVD Golden Collection and every Blu-ray release and still have like $400 left over. Found it on eBay. Dang it, I missed it. Damn it! I was hoping you were gonna say it was like at a local antique shop. You found it by chance or something, so I wouldn't be like, oh, why? But I'm so glad you got one, and the search continues for an affordable Looney Tunes Volume 5. The trouble with doing these streams is by this point, 2 hours or so, I'm already getting to the point where I'm kind of parched. And I'm just like, oh crap, do I have enough water? Let's see. Elvin says, bought mine new when it came out, all 5 volumes in the stores 20 plus years ago. Well, yeah, that's very, very good job for you. And I wish I'd been able to do that. Of course, when I was growing up, LDs were far in the stratosphere. It was kept, they would be in the glass case behind the counter, a small selection with absurdly large price tags. And I knew it was a thing, but it was like a mythological beast that I never had experience with. I was stuck in VHS tape land. So the most Looney Tunes I had growing up were some of the public domain, like 50 greatest cartoons ever, that would have some of the um, Looney Tunes or Merry Melodies shorts where the rights had lapsed or had different ownership. So I had some tapes with certain shorts on it, and that was it. But yeah, oh man, if I had known about those, I wish I'd been able to like save up and buy an LD player and get started back then. But of course, that's how we wish we all had been able to do it. Definitely has gone up in value probably since you bought it in the 90s. Oops, sorry. Let's see. Yes, Willard. The I think in a lot of ways, definitely the inspiration probably for the Batman villain, the Rat Catcher, which is actually a surprisingly interesting Batman villain if you read a lot of comics. But yeah, movie about the rats, yes. And then of course they remade it with Crispin Glover in the what I think was it 2003 or something like that. Yeah, I've seen the original once. I guess I should see it again at some point. It seems like a silly enough concept, but it actually works pretty well. Of course, that is a movie you could never make in classic Hollywood because one of the ultimate no-nos was rats, which of course is why in Dracula you don't see any rats. It's Dracula's castle and it's got beetles and freaking armadillos in it. That always bugs me. And then the opossums as well. It's like, those aren't rats. Those aren't native to Transylvania. What are we doing? But there are actually some rats in the Spanish version, which is actually kind of interesting because I guess they didn't care so much about the censorship of rats, but it seemed like rats were really big for most censor boards. You couldn't have it anywhere. There's the great stories about how they tried to get the shots of the rats for From Russia with Love and the tunnel chase. When the tunnel escape, when they detonate the charge at the embassy to steal the electric decoder, and they had to go through all these hoops to get the shot of the horde of rats running, and because they wanted to do Fleming's description, but they had to basically finally wind up. I think they tried one place and it didn't work. Then they go to Spain and eventually got it somehow through some roundabout ways, just because the British authorities wouldn't allow anybody to use rats whatsoever. But that always pops into my mind. You can't have rats ever, and that's of course why in Dracula Renfield talks all about the rats. You don't see them. It's just like, that's a really great image. Would have been nice to have seen Dracula stand there and have a red mist turn into rats on the ground, but you can't do that. But then again, as cool as the visual would have been, that's one of my favorite Renfield moments in the film is his soliloquy about Dracula and the rats. And if you want to talk about fun at Halloween parties, that is a real doozy to pull out. I talked before, I like pulling out Ren Poe quotes sometimes, but nothing makes you more liked at a party not than going on and doing your full on Renfield and just, it's boring Halloween party or get together or something, and then all of a sudden you're like, rats, thousands of them, millions of them. All these will I give you if you will obey me. Sorry, I can't resist. I do that all the time. Yeah, fair play for rats. What do they have against them? It's like the knee-jerk reaction. The censor's like, oh, rats mean dirtiness and plague and evil. It makes all the people go all screamy. So yeah, you can't have them. So that's why Dracula's castle has possums and armadillos. So remember as a kid, that puzzled me more than anything. I'm like, this is great. It was so great to finally see Dracula. But why the heck were there armadillos in the castle? Like, armadillos are from the Southwest. What is this? And I know I was like 7 at the time, wondering why there were armadillos in Castle Dracula. So that has always bugged me. Hear about Scream Factory having issues with the Friday the 13th box set. No, I hadn't actually. I know they just did the big box set for the Friday the 13th films. I hadn't heard about any issues. I guess I was too busy looking at the issues for the Psycho mono track on the 4K release and some stuff like that. Um, I mean, stuff happens as long as labels actually correct stuff and actually seems like a simple thing, but actually admitting when they're wrong and then taking steps to correct it. And it doesn't always happen, particularly with some of the major labels. Ever seen City of Lost Children? Actually, no, I haven't. I guess I should. I've always seen the like DVD cover and stuff, but I've never actually seen it. Never really understood that movie. I'm embarrassed to say. Well, I mean, it happens sometimes. Sometimes you need to you need to look at the critical consensus to get something. So then you can go like, wait, that's what they were saying. Oh, there's nothing wrong with that. I just realized my white balance went crazy. Let me see if I can tone some of that down. I don't know. It's kind of hard to do your webcam, and I just noticed that all got super blown out behind me. Maybe if I get it to focus on something, that'll help. Apparently, it's just having its way with my white balance. Sorry about that, guys. You just have to live with me baked in a super huge glow behind me. Got a copy of City of Lost Children, but as is often the case, hasn't been watched yet. Yes. Lower the lighting, damn it. Yeah. Let me see if that'll work. I usually turn on a little bit of extra light. Let me see. Let's see. Is that a little better? Is it too dark? Or that seems a little better. I don't know. It still seems to be wanting to jump up some, but I think that helps a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of hard playing around with your makeshift. Well, I hate to say it's not really a studio. It's just stuff I have cobbled together. I don't have a dedicated streaming room or anything like some of the fancier YouTubers do. It'd be nice, but you still. Most of us are just having to rig stuff up for streaming. But yeah, so that's pretty much what I had to run through. I guess I'll mention some of the classic horrors I've done so far. Of course, I'm going through. I did some Silence, and then I'm in the 30s right now. I don't exactly know how. Oh wait, okay, not too bad. Just yeah, it always seems to catch on my little bit of box sets here. I tried a bunch of different lighting scenarios, but I eventually just had to go with what works. But it always wants to blow out some on these, no matter what I do. But then if I don't have as much light, then it's way too dark, and the webcam wants to crush a lot of the blacks and stuff. So it's a bit of a compromise, I admit. But at least this is seems to work. I still try and fine tune it some. So I try to always make it a little bit better when I can. Hardest thing is getting a tall enough table or something. I've tried to have this to actually put stuff on so I don't have to just hold it, but then I usually wind up holding it anyway. But I always start my October stuff, sort of a tradition with me. It kind of got started a number of years ago. So I start with a film. It's not exactly a horror film, but it is a Hammer title. So every October, I always start with Hammer's Hound of the Baskervilles, which is their 1958 version of the classic Conan Doyle tale. It's still, for me, one of the best Sherlock Holmes films ever made, even though they amplify the horror elements. Of course, directed by Terence Fisher, starring Peter Cushing, who is one of the all-time great Sherlock Holmes. His performance in this is magnificent. This is the first time you really have a Dr. Watson on screen who actually is like Conan Doyle's Dr. Watson and not the befuddled, doddering Nigel Bruce Watson, which is also a great character, don't get me wrong, but it was really great to finally see a strong Watson. And this is still a film I adore. It fits right in with the first wave of classic Hammer Gothic horrors, and it's a shame they didn't do anymore because, my goodness, this film is magnificent. This is the Arrow UK Blu-ray special edition release. Still a really nice version and the best version of the film to date. The scan they used is a little bit old, but the quality jump between this and the old MGM DVD release is just, I mean, it's not even a fair comparison. My goodness. Which apparently that MGM DVD is based off of the late release Laserdisc, which I didn't know about until I really got into LD collecting. So I'd like to find that someday just to have it on Laserdisc as well. But this is the film I always start with. It's just kind of to get me in that mood, and I watch this every year at the start of October. So again, this year I decided to try and go actually roughly chronologically for everything, and also getting around to some discs I've been meaning to watch. I'd gotten these, but I tried to save them for October, and so I wanted to look at these again. Of course, Masters of Cinema, Cabinet of Dr. Caligari from the new 4K restoration. My God, this is a hell of a Blu-ray. If you haven't seen the new restoration of Caligari, I mean, never in a million years did I think it would look this good. I mean, first time I saw it was on a crappy public domain VHS tape, so I did not have the best first experience with this. But my goodness, some of the moments in this, you feel like you could just reach out and touch some of the fabric backdrops of the sets they design. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Um, Really great extras, beautiful release. You can get this for super super cheap, and as usual, it's a heck of a lot better encoded than the US Kino release. So this is the version to have. And you get a PAL DVD copy as well, should you desire to watch it in PAL. Really nice booklet, very thick and everything. Really nice essay in here. Actually, really quite long and very informative essay in this. Um, Commentary tracks. It's got a really great score on this new version that I found really interesting to return to, and it's really dynamic too. It's also on this. It's also available in 5.1 as well, which is not on the Kino release. But yeah, this is one of the great Blu-rays to own, especially if you're region free. Definitely get this if you haven't yet. And of course, had to then double feature with Nosferatu. This again, the Masters of Cinema release from the most recent restoration by the Murnau Foundation. Again, never in a million years did I think this would look as good as it does. It's a miracle we even have Nosferatu because it was supposed to be destroyed due to the widow of Bram Stoker winning the court case for plagiarism because it was, of course, unauthorized. Of course, this has a really nice score on it and really great extras, really thick, informative booklet again, gorgeous presentation. This one you have to get over the Kino because the Kino is improperly encoded, so it actually drops frames like crazy. So do not get the Kino Blu-ray of this. Get the Masters of Cinema release or supplement it with the other version because, of course, I'm an extras junkie, so I had to get this. This is the BFI version, which has some nice extras on it and is usually quite cheap, so I bought both of them. This has a different restoration. I'm trying to remember if it's the Black Hawk Films restoration or what the name is, but it's the older restoration, also film based, but they didn't do any of the color tinting, or they did different color tinting than what's on the modern definitive restoration. So the restoration on this is a little bit older, but it's a nice different version to have. Has extras of its own, but most interestingly, it has famous Hammer composer James Bernard doing a score for Nosferatu, and it's really effective. And it's on this version, but not the Masters of Cinema. So it's important, I think, to have both. So there's that, and then I had to mention this because I had not actually seen this film before, and I was, looking for something different to throw in. Again, I know I've said I'm going chronologically, but I'm also trying to throw in some stuff I don't normally watch and some stuff that I haven't seen yet on the shelf. So I've had and these are kind of mislabeled because they say it's a horror classic, but most of the films in this volume are not horror films, but the Fox Horror Classics Volume 2 box set. Chandu the Magician is a really great, very atmospheric early film with Lugosi in the villain role. It's much more of an adventure film based on the character Chandu the Magician, who's sort of an adventurer who knows the secrets of ancient magic and can, defeat the henchmen and things. It sort of has like a cliffhanger serial vibe a little bit. Some really interesting optical effects work, but it's not really a horror film. But it's also incredible for Lugosi fans because he's phenomenal, basically playing the nefarious villain role. And then Dragonwyck is it's a gothic picture, really. It started as a Gene Tierney vehicle, sort of very much Rebecca-like, based on a very popular novel. It's a period gothic romance drama, but basically it turns into a Vincent Price movie when Vincent shows up. And it's really the first time that Vincent Price appears on screen in the Vincent Price persona we all know and love. And he's phenomenal. And it's a Gene Tierney vehicle that turns into Vincent's movie because as soon as he appears, you're like, this is where it started. But again, not exactly a horror movie. However, the third film is a film I've never seen before, and I just not gotten around to it. So I finally did watch it, which is Dr. Renault's Secret. This is a B picture from Fox from make sure he had 1942. And ostensibly it's very similar to the notions of Dr. Moreau. It is essentially an 8-man picture. And because it's a B film, it's literally 58 minutes. It's just under an hour. But my goodness, this is a real heck of a little picture, and it's relatively obscure, but immaculately well performed. J. Carroll Naish plays the figure who's essentially an ape that's been, by way of experimentation, transformed into some sort of humanoid figure that then does the bidding of the doctor who did the such experimentation. And nobody is aware of any of this. I mean, it's pretty obvious going into it, but it's actually really well done. It's a shame that it's a B film crammed into under an hour because there's so many great ideas here, and the two lead performances are so great that you wish it had some more breathing room. And what I wasn't aware of is it's actually based on classical literature. I can't remember. I think it is actually based on Gaston Leroux, who of course wrote Phantom of the Opera. But I wasn't aware that he had actually written basically a man novel of sorts, and it's been adapted and ripped off a million times. This is uncredited, really, but that's where it gets the idea from. Because I'm like, this is a lot more involved than a B film. I was expecting something pretty crummy, but my goodness. And then there's a nice 15-minute talking head interview where they have Steve Haberman and Jonathan Rigby and others, like actual heavy hitter horror aficionados and experts, actually talking about the generation and the gestation of the project. And I'm like, oh, well, now it makes more sense. So this is a really great little film if you've never seen it. The only problem is it's exclusive to this box set, which is now out of print. The first two films are on Blu-ray from Chandu is on Kino Lorber, and Dragonwyck was done by Twilight Time, which of course now is no more, and then got picked up by Indicator, and then that went out of print before I could get it, but now it's available again. So that's another title I've got to import. But this is a heck of a little film. Highly recommended. It's just you'll have to find this DVD box set. And the transfer on here is actually quite good, and it has the nice extra too. So that was something I've meant to see for a while, and it's a nice little gem of a picture. It really is. And then I wanted to mention this. So it's been a little while since I'd seen this, and I really want to get the Warner Archive Blu-ray, and I definitely will now that I've rewatched it. But I wanted to watch the Laserdisc version because I hadn't seen it all the way through on this copy yet. And I'm trying to get through and see all my unwatched LDs and, like be able to review the transfer and stuff. And again, it'd been a while since I'd seen this, and I forgot how good this was. Finally rewatched the Fearless Vampire Killers, or pardon me, but your teeth are in my neck. This is the letterboxed LD from MGM. This was the first presentation in widescreen of the original cut of the film, which got cut by about 15 minutes here in the US and had this awful, stupid cartoon put over the front of it for no reason. And this is actually a really great LD presentation. It transfer-wise, it looked like it was going to be a little soft and a little shimmery at first, but it cleaned up pretty darn nicely. And of course, because the elements were not in the best of shape, because no one here in the States ever saw the whole film, and it pretty much bombed over here. This is an incredible picture. It's maybe a little slow at first. It's very tough to describe, but it's basically very much ahead of its time. It's a very, very morbid, very, very European black comedy farce about the titular vampire hunter killers who go around trying to find vampires and are, of course, completely in over their heads and bumbling idiots. And they basically come across a castle of vampires who haunt this small town, and hijinks ensue. But it's again got a very strong European flavor. It is gorgeously photographed and designed. This is one of the best looking horror films ever made, and it's not a it's not a 100% straight horror film. It's got a comedy bent to it, but it's got an atmosphere like you wouldn't believe, which fits it being a Polanski picture. And of course, it also has the trying to think of a word other than morbid, but being one of the primary features of Sharon Tate, who, of course, looks absolutely staggeringly beautiful in this film. Again, not only is the lensing so incredible, done by Douglas Slocum, of course, but the costumes, the set design, it's just impeccable. And it's amazing that it's in this film, which is not a straight out and out horror film. There's a lot of elements of this film that actually make it into Polanski doing Rosemary's Baby shortly thereafter. Have you ever wondered about the weird sort of dark humor that's especially in the ending with the coven of Satanists, if you will, how it's sort of like got this macabre sense to it, this very quirky. I mean, it's still eerie and it's still horrifying, but it's definitely got this strange humor to it. This is where it comes from, and in a lot of ways, I actually prefer this movie. I really do, and it's just a one of a kind thing. Again, very much ahead of its time. When I did finally see What We Do in the Shadows, my first thought was, okay, this is the first thing since Fearless Vampire Killers to really hit that sort of button, and I'm kind of like, okay, I'm pretty sure Taika Waititi loves this movie. I know he has to. Like, there's no way he doesn't absolutely adore this movie. Again, it's very European. Might take you a viewing or two to really get into it. It is kind of slow at the beginning, but it is worth it, and it is important setup for the atmosphere and the tone. But pretty much once they get to the castle, I mean, it pretty much goes from there. I think this is hugely influential, even though most people have never seen it. But I mean, this has atmosphere for days, and it has genuinely hysterical moments and actual moments that are, right, straight up horror moments. But yeah, it's just a beautiful, beautiful picture if you've never seen it, and it's been too long since I'd seen it. And of course, I really need to get the Warner Archive Blu-ray, but it's really great that the original cut has now become the standard version. You can't even see the US cut, which I've never actually seen. The other thing about this that's exclusive to this LD actually, and it's very strange to see because we all know what happened in reality, but they included a vintage MGM featurette about Sharon Tate and her early days and becoming a contract star and everything, and on-set footage of her with David Niven on her first picture that she was making, and it's a very bizarre experience watching it, and it's very interesting and cool that they actually included it on here, which they didn't have to do. This is not a special edition or anything. It does have the US trailer where they tried to sell this picture and failed badly at selling it because they didn't really understand it at all. But after that, this featured this old MGM fluff pieces included, so it's very strange to see because again, the real life tragedy that happened afterwards, it just adds a certain gloom over the whole thing. And that's actually, that little featurette is not on the Blu-ray. It's only on this Laserdisc release as far as I know. So that's one reason why you might want to find a copy of this. Again, it's kind of bizarre, very strange seeing that, knowing what happened afterwards. But one of the reasons why this is a really cool release to have, and again, the transfer on this is actually quite nice. It cleans up very well, even though again the print element they had to use was not in the best of shape. But again, it had been far too long since I'd seen this. I just was like, my goodness, why haven't I watched this again more recently? Yeah, the cartoony stuff was just on the US release. And by the way, hello, Just the Disc. Welcome. Yeah, I just looked down. I'm like, yes. Yeah, they did include that on the DVD and Blu ray, and it's actually on the LD as well. I should mention that as well. They actually include that so you can see that even on the Laserdisc. And I mean, it's a goofy little cartoon, but I don't know whose idea that was, and it actually played before the MGM logo and the main titles. Like I don't know, and apparently they cut like 15 minutes of the actual feature for the US release. So I no idea why they did that. I don't even know what they cut, but I'm sure it didn't help the critical consensus because it just kind of came and went and bombed pretty darn quickly. But yeah, it's got hysterical moments in it. It's just, and again, atmosphere for days. It is gorgeously shot. I mean, it just, there's moments where you literally just want to pause it and just stare at it. And you're like, oh my gosh. Let's see, catch up on some of these others real quick. Seen Schindler's List several times. Generally feel that movie could be considered a horror movie in a sense, as many horror elements. Yeah, yeah, I can see what you mean there. But if you do that, there you could basically include everything. It's like where do you put the genre limitations and barriers? So yeah, if you start down that path, then it's like, well, everything's a horror movie. But yeah, I can totally get that, and it's, of course, especially it being in black and white as well, gives it a sort of disconnect from reality, even though the grim realities that are being depicted on screen. So I guess that kind of adds to the whole atmosphere of it being singularly different. Yes, Masters of Cinema releases on those are just for Caligari and Nosferatu. You can't do better. You really can't. Those are two discs that I think are worth it to go region free if you can. It's a lot easier than it used to be for sure, and I'm glad I finally did. I think they're a lot better than the US Kino ones, especially for Nosferatu. Like you've got to have the Masters of Cinema for Nosferatu because again, I wasn't aware of this because I didn't own the Kino release yet, but somebody on, I believe it was the Blu-ray forums, or it may have been somebody else first, and then it got reposted there. But somebody actually discovered that it drops frames, their encoding method, because unfortunately, silent films, because of the differing frame rates and frame speeds, it's not a one and done thing for encoding to 1080p Blu-ray because they're designed for 24 frames per second, or maybe even 2997 or 30 frames per second or something. They're not designed for 16 frames per second or 20 frames per second. So you got to do all kinds of hocus pocus, really. There's different encoding algorithms and methods and things. It's not just, you can't just put it on there because the format was not designed with silent films in mind. You have to do stuff to get it there. So which DVD was the same way, and there were a lot of frame rate problems on DVD, even on Laserdisc and VHS tape. It's not an easy thing, and different releases are sometimes at different frame rates. But the Kino Nosferatu Blu-ray, and I believe the DVD as well, the 2-discer, the encoding method they use, there's something screwed up and it literally drops frames instead of maintaining all of them. So you lose, I think, like 30% of the picture because 30% of the frames are dropped. So it's like, that's defective, like really bad. Yeah, exactly. And I wasn't even aware of it because I was just trying to figure out which edition was the best one, like what had the most extras and so on and so forth. So yeah, that definitely, the British releases are important. So this, of course, is the most modern restoration. It has the same extras as the Kino and actually has some more as well. And again, you get the it's that. And then you can also grab the BFI version with the different restoration, more great extras and the James Bernard score. This is usually cheaper, so I actually got both of these um, about a year or two ago, and this one I think was like £10, and this was £5. This was really cheap, so I just grabbed this as well. It's also a great presentation. Just it's a different, older restoration, but you get nice extras, and again for the price, when they go on sale, you can get both of these for very cheap, and thus have every extra that you need. So I guess now that I've done that, that brings me up to something else I wanted to do. I posted about it a little in the title, but I didn't know if I should just do a separate video, but I figured I'd just go ahead and do it on here and do it like I did the last one. So I actually wanted to do another giveaway. And again, just like the last time I did one, just very simple, no frills or anything. So if you want to enter into this giveaway, just once this finishes, post a comment on the just the live stream. But it's a very simple thing. I've got it separated into DVD and Blu-ray. So I guess to start with DVD, for those who are still primarily DVD, or if you're maybe more interested in these and you already have the Blu-ray I'm going to give away, the first one literally is a DVD of Nosferatu. It's 2 DVDs I'm going to do first, and then a Blu-ray. But anyway, this is the older version that Kino did. This was the version I had for a number of years. This is the 2002 Kino edition of Nosferatu. Really nice cover art on here, and it does have, I believe it's 2 different scores, and then it's got some excerpts of other Murnau titles that Kino had done on DVD. So it's still actually a good way to watch the film. It is the an earlier version of the restoration that the Blu-rays use. But again, this was the version I had for a number of years. I'm just, I finally upgraded to the Masters of Cinema version, but I figured this could make a nice Halloween giveaway. So if you enter below, once this gets posted, just again, post if you'd rather have DVD or Blu-ray. The DVD side will be for this Kino copy of Nosferatu, plus, because there's 2, this is another title I upgraded on, so I figured it might be nice to pass my DVD copy along to someone who would appreciate it. And you also get the, the bonus benefit for the nostalgia factor of where I originally bought this from. This actually was from a closing Hollywood video, but this is the MGM DVD of the classic science fiction quasi-horror Donovan's Brain, which is a film I've always loved, saw it as a kid, and the notion of it always stuck with me, even though if you really look at it, it's science fiction. Yes, it does have some horror, but it's also got a lot of film noir vibes, and most of the film actually kind of feels like a strange quasi noir science fiction picture, and it's actually quite good. Just it does have some intrinsic 50s-ness for sure. This is under the good old MGM Midnight Movies banner, and again, you can see it was originally purchased from Hollywood Video, but the disc is perfect. But you do get the classic old school rental replacement case, so that's a nostalgia factor right there, and has some old writing in it. But again, the disc is perfectly fine, and this was my copy for a number of years until I upgraded to the Kino Blu-ray. So if you would like to enter into this giveaway for these 2 DVDs, simply post in the comments below once this gets finished and updated. Uploaded. And then for Blu-ray fans, I got the Olive Signature release, which basically takes this disc and adds some really nice extras. But I thought somebody might like to have just the standard Blu-ray if you're not into the extras. So this is Olive's original release of the 1956 masterpiece, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I do wish the signature version still used the original cover art, but I just have had this on the shelf, and like I said, I upgraded to the signature version, which adds some really awesome extras, but otherwise it's the same transfer that's on this, and this is head and shoulders above the old DVD I had for years and years and years. But again, it's just the original Olive release, so it doesn't have the extras and stuff. So again, these were just titles that I had upgraded, and I figured might be nice to do a October giveaway, spread some classic horror titles around, spread the classic horror love around. So again, just very simple. If you would like to enter the giveaway for these, simply when the stream uploads, just post in the comments below, if you would prefer DVD or Blu-ray. And then after a few days, I'll just do the uh, I'll write everybody's down who wants what, and then I'll do the random picker generator, so that way it's fair and everything, just like I did when I hit 500 subs and I did the book giveaway. So anyway, it's just something nice I thought I could do. Again, just copies I've upgraded, stuff from my own personal collection, and you don't really get a lot of value for trading things in at stores, and you don't want to throw stuff on eBay and have it sit there for ages and ages. So I figured it'd be nice to get these to people who would actually appreciate them, and again, so it's just not sitting on my shelf, because I got to make some room somewhere. So again, if you're interested in these, once the stream gets posted, just post a comment below, and if you'd prefer DVD or Blu-ray, and then get these out via media mail, and hopefully they should get to you before October 31st, so you can hopefully watch these still in the month of October. So that's just something I wanted to do, something nice I could do. I hope to, share all the love and admiration that I've got from you guys, which the feedback has always been great. So trying to every once in a while do some nice giveaways, some different things. So just something I thought I could do with some of these, and hopefully you can get something that you'd actually like to watch this October. Ooh. Okay, let's see. Video connoisseur says, before you go, do a line from a Poe classic as recited by William Shatner. Oh God. Oh man, that's too tempting. Gosh, what should I do? Oh man. I mean, I'm just tempted to do the ones I know off the top of my head. So it'd be like, of course you got to do the hands, because he always does this big, Joe, nervous, very, very, nervous, I've been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses. Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I don't know why I always do my hands, but I feel like I have to. So you're tempted to be... It's just bizarre. Oh, man. I can't believe I just did that. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. Sometimes when I do stuff on a live stream, it's really weird, because I'm in a room ostensibly talking to myself, because there is a bit of a delay and stuff. So it's like, I hope this is going over okay. Let's see, what would another be? Of course, I only know the two off the top of my head, the opening of Amontillado and Telltale Heart. So of course the other would be the thousand injuries of Fortunato I had borne without complaint, but when he ventured upon insult, I vowed revenge. Analysis, Miss Spock. I need analysis. Bones. Is it okay if I wall him up in the bottom of the Enterprise? Will he die? Can you tell me now? Oh man, yeah, I could do that for way too long. I don't know what that says about me, but yeah. Thank you for that idea. Now that's going to be stuck in my head. So, wow, I did not expect to do that. Wow, thank you. Yeah, that totally derailed me there. Yeah, thank you. Oh man, thank you for the idea, the inspiration, and the response. Yes. Oh man. I will admit, sometimes I get really bored, and I have done that before, where I just like read anything around me in Shatner speak, which immediately becomes hysterical. So like you read a warning sign, and it's like, danger, pull in case of fire, break glass in event of emergency, turn lights off after leaving. It makes everything more entertaining, even if you're reading, four blind toilet paper, 16 rolls. It just, yeah, toilet paper rolls. It doesn't matter. It's like, or fire warning signs or stuff. I will admit I've done that. I've been that bored. I admit it. But I've never put it together with Poe, for sure. That would be I mean, there have been celebrity readings of Poe. Like there's, of course, Christopher Lee did it. Of course, Vincent Price did it. Basil Rathbone did it. But, Christopher Walken, I believe, has done The Raven, at least, if not several. Um, so yeah, that would be an experience if like somebody could convince Shatner to during COVID lockdown to do Poe readings for October. It's like maybe we should see if we can get it to him on Twitter. It's like, hey, could you give this a go and just see what happens? Yeah. Oh man, that would be crazy. So everyone in America should have to do impressions of Shatner, Chris Walken at least once. Oh, my walking is so bad. I feel terrible even it's not even I'm not good at it. Like, I know I'm not good at it. So, like, I wind up just making weird noises every time I try it. I just go like, "Wow!" Or, just, I mean, I can kinda do some of the lines. It's like, "Intuitive improvisation is the secret of genius." A few little things, but I can't do all the mannerisms. Like I'm not good at it. It's like, who knew Selena had a brain to damage? Fact is, if she tries to blackmail me, I'll throw her out a higher window. Meantime, I got better fish to fry. Yeah, that's about as good as I can do. Like I can't. Certain people are so good at it that's one of those I just don't even I can't even bother with it because I'm just like I know there's a few I can do pretty well, and they're like fun caricatures and sort of endearing ones. But outside of that, I can usually do some approximations. But oh, thank you, thank you, pretty good. I'll take pretty good. Thank you. Yeah, I know the handful I can always go to and just fall into. It's like, but there's others. I'm like I don't even know where to begin with trying to do a Cagney one. Like I can't even I don't even know where to begin. Could not do it. My Eddie Robinson is horrible. Like, it's just me going, yeah, sure. Like it's a real terrible caricature, and I admit that, but I still do that all the time. Yeah, I can't smash. Mother of mercy, is this the end of Rico? Like, yeah, it's terrible. But that's one I do as a gag. But yeah, my handful, like I can do pretty decently, but I actually got better at doing Shatner. I don't know why. I guess just I goof off doing Shatner all the time. Ah, you got a good Morgan Freeman. Good. I can't do that. I actually knew somebody who sounded just like Morgan Freeman, and then I'm like, you do realize you sound just like him, right? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, no, you sound exactly like him. Like, and then I found out later he's actually from Mississippi, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe it is a dialect thing, because he couldn't hear it. So I'm like, no, you sound exactly like him. But yeah, that's another I couldn't I couldn't really do. Yeah, so I guess my primary go tos are Shatner in ultra manic mode. Uh, my goofy Connery voice, which I just fall into sometimes without even realizing it. So I'm like, it appears the shower is broken again. Damn it. Should have fixed that earlier. And it just happens. And then my Michael Caine comes out sometimes, and then my Jimmy comes out sometimes. It's like, whoa. I was looking for my car. I seen my car. I hit this tree here. See, um, what do you mean, tree in Pottersville? This is Bedford Falls. Don't you think I know where I'll live? Um, so there's a couple, but yeah, I should probably try and work on those some more. But you kind of just have to do them in everyday life and freak people out to work on them. But yes, the Spacey impressions were really great. But then, yeah. It's like there's certain people you can't even bring up anymore. It's just like, oh man. Um, play the security guy in the long goodbye. Yeah. Oh man, I need to rewatch that. I gotta admit, I put off watching it for the longest time because I'm such a giant Chandler nerd, and I was like, oh no, that's the one where Altman changed to the '70s, and it's Elliot Gould as Marlowe, and it's Long Goodbye, which is the best Chandler novel. But it like I was talking about with Matheson and Corman getting the spirit of Poe across in their Poe films. the 73 Altman Long Goodbye actually does a good job at getting a lot of Chandler's ideas across. Of course, they did change the ending, which ironically, it's one of the times where somebody really changes some stuff to the ending and it still manages to get most of the tonality still there. But it was a bit weird seeing it transposed to the 70s, but it does work. Um, I still personally would like to do a faithful adaptation of the novel because, you know, it's it's probably the best book I've ever read. But of course, I'm biased because Chandler's my favorite author, and that book was very huge on my teen years. All the Marlowe books were, but that one in particular. But yeah, the Altman 73 Long Goodbye is one of those films where you go into it and you're like, man, this is not going to go well, but it really surprises you. It's one of the handful of Altman pictures I really really like. I'm very hit or miss with Robert Altman. I know he's super critically exalted, but there are some of his pictures that I kind of get bored. It's a lot of people in a room talking, and it's like, okay, yeah, I know this is good, but I'm like, um, and yes, as just this points out, I think the real key to that version working is that you had the wonderful Lee Brackett working on the screenplay, who was a really underrated writer. I haven't read a lot of her fiction, but I really want to. And of course, she's probably most famous to genre people nowadays for being the person who wrote the first draft of Empire Strikes Back, and then of course passed away before anything could go further than that. But is important for a lot more than just the first draft of ESB. But yeah, I think that's the real key to the secret of the success of the 73 Long Goodbye was her work. But yeah, that and McCabe and Mrs. Miller are my favorite Altman pictures. And that's another one. They're both slow growers on you. You don't realize how much you love them until you go back and see them again. Um, Sam Jackson is really easy to do. Change your hairstyle several times, swear a lot, and act exactly the same character every time. Oh man. Yeah, he's one of those guys like it would be a cool thing to hang out with him, and he's expressed love for Laserdisc, so it's like we got to get him in the group, man. Like, please, come on. Like, we know now there are several celebrities who like and remember and love Laserdisc. It's like, if we could get them in the group, we could like promote the LD brand, but it also might backfire because then there'd be a lot more collectors, and then it'd be like, crap, now the market is flooded. What have we done? But yeah, he's one of those. I really like it when he does more dramatic performances and not just the shouty bits, but everybody hires him to play Samuel L. Jackson. So, that's all you're going to get job offers for. Where your bread is buttered, basically. So there's that. But yeah, it would be nice for him to be able to do more than just shouty Sam Jackson stuff. But my favorite roles of his are actually the more complex ones, the ones where he's not shouting so much. Although it's a shame they didn't do more with Mace Windu in the prequels, because just his presence was great, and they did so much in the expanded universe with Mace Windu that was awesome. And I still think if you literally took the Shatterpoint novel, I every time I read that, I hear Sam Jackson doing the dialogue in my head, and my goodness, that would make a hell of a movie. It would be rated R so fast it's not even funny, because it's basically Star Wars doing Apocalypse Now, but with Mace Windu. But that is a dark book. Matthew Stover wrote that. That's one of the best of the prequel novels, and it's like, why didn't we get any of this in the movies? Like this, oh. So yes, if you've never read that, read Matthew Stover's Shatterpoint. It is basically Mace Windu on an alien jungle world in the middle of a civil war doing Apocalypse Now, but instead of trying to find Kurtz, he's actually trying to find his former Padawan, who had become another Jedi Master, who went there ahead of him and basically went insane. Yeah, it's very dark. Trust me, but it's great. And every time I read it, I hear Sam Jackson's voice in my head, and I'm like, why has this never happened? Like, even as an animated movie, it would be great. Sorry to derail. No, no, no problems. Yeah, by this point, I've finished everything, so we're in the total rambling mode. So yeah, I never set a time limit for these things. Unfortunately, when I do live streams, I exhaust myself and go for ridiculously too long. I'm like, oh, I'll go for like 2 or 3 hours, and then I look and I'm like, why is my throat hurting? I'm like, I've been rambling for 5 hours. That's why. Okay, I get it now. That's another thing. I sometimes fall into my bad Keanu, so I'm like, whoa. I know live stream kung fu. And you have to do the sort of neck twitches and be like, and then of course every once be like, "Oh, I did another live stream. Yeah. So, um, so never got on with Long Goodbye or most Altman. To be fair, may try it again if I ever watch everything. Waiting at the moment, yes, which is extremely doubtful. Yeah. Um, I only have it on Laserdisc right now, actually. That was the last time I watched it. It was one of the first LDs I ever got, the MGM letterbox copy. There is a Blu-ray, and I really want to get the Arrow releases, the better ones. That's another disc I need to get from Arrow, and they're running a sale right now on the UK website, and Shout's running a sale, and Amazon Prime Day is today, and then Deep Discount has a 15% off for like the next couple days. So my wallet is just being staked to death. It's getting stakes through the heart right now. I'm having to pick and choose and just go like, oh, but I need the Eureka Man Who Laughs, but I gotta get, and I need the Mask of the Red Death, but it's so hard. So I have to always pick and choose and try and make my dollar go as far as it can. So I picked a few of the Hammer titles that Shout did, and they're cheaper than they normally are, but it's still like, oh god, I'm spending so much on just 4 discs. Oh god, oh, what am I doing? But I needed those Eureka ones. Oh no, but I had there's never enough time, there's never enough money, but I try to chip away every year at a few more. So, but there's a lot of great sales running right now. So if you haven't looked already, if you were trying to get some titles, definitely check it out. Arrows isn't just horror. Arrows is like most of their catalog. That's what they do. So it's half off. So they're now down to like a lot of titles are down to like 7.5 pounds, which is about like $10 US, which is like that's like getting a Criterion for $10. It's like, whoa, but then you got to add in shipping, which is a bit pricier because it's from the UK, but not terrible. So I try to chip away like maybe 3 or 4 titles every sale or so. So I just have to like carefully plan everything and be like, okay, well, if I do this, then maybe I can do this, and then like maybe put some of those off till the next paycheck. But there's just so many this year. It's just at least Warner Archive's not doing a sale right now. If Warner Archive was doing a sale right now, I'd be screwed. Oh man, that's the one where it's like I need every Blu-ray they've ever released, and when they do the 4 for 44s where they're $11 each, and I'm just like, and I like add 20 to my cart, and I have to like whittle it down. I try to get it down to like 4 or 6, and then I'm like agonizing, and I go back and forth, but I try to chip away when I can, because that's the only way to keep up with this stuff, because there's just so much. And, one of the reasons why I got into collecting LDs much more heavily was because it was a way to be a cinephile and build a film library, but also a much more affordable option, because I can get a Criterion for, $5 as opposed to $40, but bit of a difference. So admittedly, that was one thing that got me started in buying Laserdisc. Once I kind of started dabbling in it, it was like, I can buy all these. I can buy a lot of 20 Laserdiscs for $10 or 2 DVDs. I'm going to go with the 20 Laserdiscs, and then it snowballed. But yeah, that was always one of the factors. That was like, I could get an entire box of Laserdiscs or one Criterion Blu-ray. I don't know. 45 movies, 1 movie. So that's another reason why I unfortunately don't have as many Criterion Blu-rays as I would like to, because I started focusing more on Laserdisc than Blu-ray. I went backwards. I know that's not what you're supposed to do, but it's a lot more fun, actually, because you never know what the transfer is going to be like. A lot of times the audio track is actually a better audio rendering than some later releases. You get the great art. Unfortunately, they're a lot harder to store because they're a lot bigger. So I have space problems, which of course you can tell by just this shelf. It's always like encroaching higher and higher, and I know it looks like I'm being dwarfed by movies everywhere. But yeah, that's what happens. So shelving is always difficult, and I've already long since outgrown these. So I know it always looks comical. It's like they get bigger and bigger. But yeah, that's at least it's not what my LD shelves look like now, because they're way too overfilled. Let's see. What book have you read that you consider to be unfilmable? Read several Robert Silverberg books that I don't think could be filmed. Son of Man being the main one. Hmm. I don't think I've read anything that I think can't be filmed. I think I've read some things where it's like, I can see the censorship problems, or it doesn't really have any um financial prospects. Like, I don't know where the audience would be for this. Um, and then I think there's some where it's like, I don't know how you do the technology for sure, which is what, Spielberg talks about on Jurassic Park. And then Kubrick talked about, he was inspired by seeing Jurassic Park for AI, which led him to go to Spielberg. There's been stuff like that where people see special effects touchstones, or they see Star Wars, or they see, oh, this is possible now. And but with CG now, the idea is that you can do most anything, but not that necessarily you can do it well. Um, but that's opened the doors for a lot of things, which happens eventually. So I think that sometimes it's a matter of having to wait for technology to be there. I think the Kubrick quote that applies is, of course, where he said, there is not a gosh, I'm trying to remember the exact wording, because it's one of the great quotes, and of course now I'm blanking on it. But it's like, basically he said, if it can be written or thought, it can be filmed, which I think is true. But I do think practical concerns come in. So sometimes you do have to wait for technology to open up a bit, or make things more financially viable, or trying to make sure you have an audience for something, because you can't go spend a ton of money, or something where you need a big budget and a big scale, like Carl Laemmle Jr. wanting to do Stoker's Dracula in 1931, but it being economically just about the worst point of the Great Depression. So there is no way in hell they were going to get that done. Stoker's 500 plus page rambling novel condensed down into a, 80, 85, 90-minute early talkie in 1931. It wasn't going to happen. So that's why they had to turn to the stage play version, which financially made a lot more sense. And, they figured out some ways to be just as creative and get the basic points of the story in there. But, the original idea was they wanted to do Stoker's novel. It would have been much more large scale, like, say, The Man Who Laughs was, or of course Phantom of the Opera being the touchstone for them to be like, that was the big one. So now we had to go make Dracula's this little tiny movie. But yeah, that practicalities always are there. There have been some things that I thought could make really great films, but I didn't know how you would do it, budget wise, or like, I think it's actually really hard to do a multi-volume series, like a long book series. Is like, how do you do overarching story as a single film narrative? I think that's one of the hardest things to do. I grew up reading a lot of book series, and it's just like, how do you condense all this down? Of course, now you have stuff like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but those are individual titles that occasionally meet up with each other, but usually just have little mentions or characters pop up, which is very much how the Star Wars Expanded Universe was, and why the Expanded Universe was great until Disney came along and just said, "Hey, fans, screw you." So I'm not bitter, I swear. Yes, I am. But with the Expanded Universe, it was actually very interconnected, and there was, the committee of people saying, "Hey, they did that in that one book, so you probably need to make sure you don't do that," when authors were, writing stuff. But it was much more like general pointers and guidelines, and not, saying, "Hey, you have to do this and you can't do that." It was actually very democratic, which I think is what made the Expanded Universe work. But anyway, I know I'm rambling on and on and on, but we're past the 3-hour mark. I'm in ramble mode. I'm sorry. That's just where I am right now. But yeah, that's a good question. It's something I don't think a lot of people think about. And It's also, I think a lot of people don't really pay as much attention as they should to the adapting process. It's very tough to do. It's very tough to do and keep the spirit of the original work. But I think, practicalities and everything, I don't think there's anything that's unfilmable. I think it's much more in the terms of special effects or budget or scale or practicalities or, censorship issues, things like that. But actually, like I said before, I think one of the hardest things to do is to adapt a long running series with a singular story. There's some things that I thought would make great films, but I'm like, how in the heck do you condense this to a 2 hour movie, let alone a 3 hour movie? It's still like absurdly difficult. And of course, everybody would say, "Oh, we'll just make it as a TV show because TV's great now." Well, I'm like, no, but that's a different medium. And I know there's a good film in here. How am I gonna get all this translated down? I'd rather stick to a narrative feature, and I'm a much more admittedly a movies guy than I am a television guy. But of course, a television series is the easy answer. It's like, oh, just do it as a TV show. So yeah, that's probably the easiest answer. Let's see. Wolf has a McCabe and Mrs. Miller about a foot away from him, so it has more chance for a reappraisal. You say that now, and then you get distracted by something else, and then 6 months later, you look down and you go, "Oh, that's where that went. I should watch that. Hey, look what just came in the mail," and then it sits there for another 6 months. Or maybe that's just me. I don't know. Let's see. Oh gosh, connoisseur, don't rub it in, man. Looney Tunes Box 5. Not only was it $25 still sealed and had a best offer. Oh, how did that not turn up in my save search? You must have found it as soon as it was posted because admittedly I have too many eBay save searches, but I every once in a while I like if I'm just trying to kill time or I'm stuck somewhere, I like just scrolling through it and it's like being able to go to a flea market, which of course you can't really do at this time, but you're able to kill time for 10, 15 minutes and go like, "Oh, has anybody posted a Looney Tunes Box 5?" Well, apparently I was too late. You must have caught it as soon as it was posted because I can't see that lasting longer than 5 or 10 minutes, especially with the buy it now on it. Oh my gosh. Again, I was hoping you had found it at like a flea market or an antique store or something. And so I would have been like, "Oh, good for you." And now I'm just like, curses. But no, again, I'm so glad you got one. Glad it went to a good home there. It's going to be appreciated for sure. And you said there was a second one, so now I'm really kicking myself really badly because I have 1 through 4, and I'm like, one day I'll get 5 and not pay $500 for it. So, oh man, but that happens every once in a while, which is why I made a safe search. So apparently, I didn't check it more often enough. So now every day I'm going to be like, I've got 5 seconds. I should look at my eBay save searches right now, shouldn't I? Just like scrolling through it, I'm like looking for another one. Oh man, that's gonna get stuck in my head. Hey Pete, I'm glad you made it. I'm pretty much winding down for the night, but I'm just in usually the post discussion ramble mode. So it's getting pretty late on my end. So I'm probably gonna be calling it a night relatively soon. But glad you made it. I know it's a little impromptu. I'm trying to get these things working better technically, and I didn't know if I'd get time for tonight, but I was at least able to jump on and hang out with everybody and talk about some classic horror literature and such. Hello, Professor Who. First time for the live stream. Thank you. Thanks for everybody, all the newcomers and the the normal crew as well. Thanks to everybody for jumping on. I'm glad people could find me here tonight. Again, I know I try to usually post on Facebook and stuff beforehand, but every time I've tried to do one of the scheduled YouTube live streams, it always seems to have connection issues. So it seems to like it better when I just jump on. Hopefully I can. I'm hoping I can eventually hit the last milestone I need to be able to do the channel posts and stuff. Because Dice Case channel, he does all the great live streams, and it helps because he's able to post the schedules and stuff. But I think for the last couple, he posted like a little tiny minute-long video announcing the last one. So I might do that for the time being to at least give some heads up because for some reason it seems to hate it when I do the little scheduled ones because it never wants to let me connect, and I've done the help ticket desk and stuff, and it never works. So um, just trying to come up with something, and wanted to get in some dedicated October streams like I did last year. Hoping to do one every week like I did last year, and um, I guess on that, does anybody have any topic suggestions? Just because I did all my big ones last year. I did the Universal one, did the Hammer one, did the Val Lewton one, Vincent Price. So I kind of did my big genre ones. So I guess I could do maybe one for specific films, just do a stream on a specific film, kind of like what Daisuke does on some titles, or I'm sure I'll do one for Universal and Hammer again because I feel like I barely even scratched the surface with those, and they were already super long. And I'm not an expert in every single one of them, but I just love talking about them. I love being able to get input from you guys and anybody. None of us get to talk about this stuff in our daily lives, so it's always cool to be able to get direct responses. So it was cool to be able to do this because I didn't know how much I'd be able to talk about these because I'm not a complete Poe expert, for example, and I've read a number of biographies, but then doing a live stream, it's hard to just spiel on and on and on and on and on, and just be doing facts and figures and not reading off of a information sheet or something. But it was cool to be able to do this and actually talk about something related but a little bit different. Trying to always expand the channel a little bit, and I've got a lot of videos in the pipeline. I'm trying to get at least a couple out this week, and get some new stuff out there, and try a number of different things. Always trying to just experiment a little more. That's what YouTube channels are for, or at least part of what they should be for, I think. But unfortunately, real life intrudes on ideas, so I'm never able to be as prodigious with my uploads as I'd like to be. One day we can all be as good as Daisuke, who has the most amazing channel output most of the time. And he just posted a thing recently. He's like, "Oh, I've got a new job, so I gonna have to slow down a little bit." And I'm like, "Dude, you could do one video a week, and we'd be happy." Like you. I'm sure slowing down for him is like doing one or two less a week. It's like, wow, I'd love to be able to do that much at once. But if I do a video on something, I could do a video on a single book, and I could cover it in 5 minutes. But if I start talking, it's probably going to be an hour long. That I have to figure out how am I going to edit this down. But yeah, I've got some stuff I've been working on that I'm hoping to get out. That I know I'll get some out this week. The rest maybe next week. I've just got to do some editing on it. One was definitely kind of long, but it's a collection I've tried to finish for many years and just finally managed to. So that will be a bit long. Probably be out end of this week or next week, but definitely some stuff coming up. And let me catch up with these last few. So Professor Who picked up the Connery Collection Volume 1 on LD for $4 with free shipping. That is excellent. That is one of the best values in Laserdisc, I think. That was one of the first sets I ever picked up. You get some really great transfers for the first 3 Bond films. They're all letterbox. They're all they're actually a bit more open. They're not 166. They're actually a bit more open. They're more like a 155 or something. The Doctor No is the same source print as the Criterion. It's actually a little bit sharper. I actually prefer the MGM to the Criterion. It's a little brighter if you compare it to the Criterion CAV. Of course, they're all CLV, so you don't get the trick play features. But I think the Doctor No and For Much With Love in that set are actually better transfers than the Criterions. For Much With Love, MGM upgraded the source element, so it's a bit better than what Criterion had and what was on the older Laserdisc. And I actually like them better than the THX final releases that everybody goes for that are crazy rare and a bit pricey. Those actually kind of boost the color somewhat, a lot like the special edition DVDs did, which basically, the THX LDs were the first versions of those SE DVDs because they were going to do LD box sets, but it got canceled because Laserdisc was ending, and then they just made them all as the special edition DVDs. So yeah, my favorite copies of Dr. No and For Much With Love are actually that Connery Collection box set. And they did eventually release them individually with the poster art. And I have Pretty sure I have all three of those. I can't remember if I'm still missing one, but I believe I have all three. Wait a minute. Now I'm having to think back. I take that back. I think I'm still missing the Doctor No standalone, but if you have the box set, you've got them anyway. And they all have PCM mono, and they're the best sounding versions of those films for the original mono tracks. The CAV box set of Goldfinger is spiffed up. It's the best version on Laserdisc, but the box set version is no slouch. Just keep in mind, I would say go ahead and grab that Goldfinger box because it's a beautiful box. You get the great documentaries, and the transfer is a little improved. The color's a bit better. It's full CAV. The only thing about MGM and Goldfinger is, of course, they replaced the opening title song with the stereo master version. So the movie's mono, but then the opening title is stereo, which is something they did on a handful of titles. It was sort of a thing, I guess, to say, hey, Laserdisc people or audiophiles, so we're going to give you the true stereo version. And wouldn't it be cool if the whole movie was in stereo? But we can't do that stuff yet. But then a year or two later, they started dabbling with stereo remixes on Thunderball and other films. But that's the one weird thing about MGM and Goldfingers. Their Laserdisc have the opening title in stereo. The Criterion and the early editions have the proper mono, which it's mono on the DVD and the Blu-ray lossy track, but they don't sound anywhere near as good as the Laserdisc for sure. So good job. That is a fantastic set, and it's gosh, you got to steal for $4 with free shipping. Oh, I jumped down some more. Oh yes, and you will love them on a CRT. I mean, they look stunning. And again, I think the first two look better than the Criterion releases actually. Don't feel too bad about Looney Tunes 5. It was several months ago, and like in the middle of the day. Oh man, probably while I was at work. It was there, and they had two of them, and you got one, and now I'm like, why? Why didn't I just say, no, work? I need to look at my eBay save searches because just maybe there's a Looney Tunes 5 that I've missed out on, and now I am cursing myself. So, okay, I feel a little bit better now. It still burns, though. It still burns. It still burns. Sometimes bitterness means you have standards on the bright side. Thank you, Pete. Yes. One tries. Yes. I'll catch up with the first 2 hours after breakfast and shouting at the news again. Yeah, I think that's pretty much global now. Ooh, classic 50s sci-fi live stream. That's actually not a bad idea. I've been working on trying to come up with a top horrors list because I thought about maybe trying my hand at doing my own because people always ask me around October, what's my favorite horror film? It's like asking me what's my favorite movie or my favorite book. It's just impossible. It's like, well, I say this, but then there's this. And I was like, well, could I possibly make a ranked list like everybody else does? But I always hate those where most people say I'm a horror fan and you say, oh, wow. And you get all excited. And then, you say James Whale and they go, who? And you say Val Lewton, they say what? And you say Todd Browning or Karloff, Lugosi, anybody, and nothing. And you're like, oh. You see 100 best horror films of all time, and they're all 70s and 80s and 90s. And you're like, any greatest horror films of all time that doesn't have Bride of Frankenstein as number one unquestionably is wrong. So I know I'm not alone in that, but, that's always been number one for me, but it's such a fun thing to do to try and like figure out your own personal favorites. But for me, it's also like pulling myself apart because it's that difficult. And it's like, oh, but I love, and then, but and then, so I played around with it. So I'm trying to see if I can come up with a ranked list to make a video. Just my own personal one, just to have something out there and represent classic horror titles. It's like, the 50 best horror films that are all classic and before 1955. So as the one nerd list out there, there's got to be one. It can't just be Friday the 13th and Exorcist and this and that and nothing else. But it's been interesting. So what I did was the only way I could get it down was like, okay, well, I won't include the comedy horrors and I won't include the ones that are more science fiction. So I think I could do a whole nice bit on sci-fi titles, like even stuff like I mentioned Donovan's Brain earlier. Body Snatchers fits in there. You could talk about the remake as well, and then just kind of stop. Don't go into the other remakes. Although a lot of people like the Ferrara version. I saw it once and I was like, I don't know why people do, but to each their own. And then the less said about the invasion, the better. Um, but yeah, there's a lot, and then there's some that have horror elements to them. You could dabble into. I never really got too much into the big monsters attack films, but there's a lot in the special effects realm, and Harryhausen really starting there. Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, stuff like that. Most of those I've more read about than seen because again, I was never into the big monster films, but you have the big important ones like those, and of course, them being the one that really got the ball rolling. And then Tarantula was Universal's. Hey, they made money with the ants. Well, let's just put a big spider there and so let's see if we can make money. And then that sort of spread down to all the low budget guys, and they had to come up with their own. But after trying to get into more 50s sci-fi and more of the classic stuff. More recently, trying to get some of the more obscure titles. I've had a lot of fun so far with some of those. Like finally seeing Destination Moon, which is the big, heady, realistic one that got the ball rolling, and then seeing the little rocket ship XM picture, which is very hard to get, but really, really has a phenomenal ending and is very much more than what you think it is. Then going through the United Artists sci-fi box set, It the Terror from Beyond Space being the movie that got ripped off for Alien, which is actually a good little movie, even though it is very 50s and does have some inherent 50s sexism in there, and it is a little hokey in places where it's just like, okay, that's just too silly. But it's literally Alien, but the 1950s version because it's the same story, it's the same plot almost. Um, and I really was amazingly surprised by a monster that challenged the world. I know I talked about it on some streams before, but that's a great picture, and it's Jaws. It's totally Jaws. I was sitting there the whole time, and I'm like, oh my god, this is Jaws. This is the sleepy village being menaced by the thing out in the depths, and it's all about suspense and what you don't see. And it's actually got a really intricate creature design, and it's a different creature. I mean, not many movies are about giant mutated sea mollusks. And there is a danger level there, and Tim Holt is in it. It's really great to see him pop up in something, and he's great in it. And in a 50s sci-fi monster film, it defies its genre completely. So that's a great little film. And then of course, Forbidden Planet kind of has the horror elements, and once you start talking about Forbidden Planet, I mean that's the great granddaddy of science fiction films, along with Day the Earth Stood Still, really, from the 50s. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff to mine there. That's a pretty good idea. Aside from Joker for Pete, there hasn't been a major Hollywood movie I have really liked for at least 5 years, if not more. Um, I'm glad for you. I can't say that. For me, it's a lot longer. Oh gosh, I'd have to go back quite a bit. Um, there are some that I thought were okay, of course, but the last ones that I really, really, really loved, mid 2000s easily. I love to tell no one that that's a French film, although it is a American novel, so that doesn't exactly count. So for strictly Hollywood stuff, I mean, I guess In Bruges is technically sort of a British film, but it is Universal. But for me, the last Hollywood release that I absolutely loved and thought was a masterpiece is Before the Devil Knows You're Dead, which was Sidney Lumet's last picture. Um, my God, that for me is probably the best movie of this millennium so far. That is, and it was a great career capstone to go out on. That is a powerful drama, really dark. Maybe that's why I liked it so much, because it was not afraid to go dark. But it was kind of made as more of an independent film and has a very non-traditional story structure. So it wasn't afraid to go out there, and he shot it on I believe it was the Panavision Genesis cameras. It was all digital, but it was the early days of digital. But he was really trying to push the technology and was a very early adopter of digital before a lot of people did. So it's got baked in limitations, but they didn't let that stop them, which I really appreciated. But man, the performances in that, wow, especially that ending. If you've never seen that film, Shop Factory has just done a reissue on their Select brand. I really would like to get that because it does add some new extras, but I just have the standard Blu-ray. I think it's this. I think the transfer is a little spiffed up on the new one, but I just haven't gotten to get the new release yet. But yeah, that's a phenomenal picture. So it's probably that, and maybe the director's cut of Kingdom of Heaven as well, the proper long version of the Ridley Scott movie, which fixes all the problems of the short theatrical cut that made no sense. So it's probably stuff like that. I loved Kiss Kiss Bang Bang as well. The Shane Black picture, which was just a hidden gem. I adore that movie so much. So yeah, it's there's some stuff like that, but for me, I have to go back to like 2005, 2007 or so to get to stuff that I really, really liked. So yeah, I know I'm really bitter. I admit it. um, oh wow! Every time I go through, it jumps through more. That's one of the hardest things about live streaming. You go to do a comment and then it just goes. You got to find your place again. Not immortal from contrarian opinions either. Like, for example, when it comes to periods, I think people hype up the 90s slightly too much in terms of film releases. Lots of excellent movies then, and some of my favorites from that decade, but I truly believe it's when filmmaking starts to lose its energy a little bit as a whole. That's I can see that. Um, I definitely think it carried on some stuff from the 80s, and then what happened in the 90s obviously carried on in the 2000s, just got more and more and more um I'm trying to think of the right word. It became much more intrinsic. I think the rise of corporate buyouts of studios that really I mean, technically it started in the at the collapse of the studio system. So you could really go all the way back to the 60s. And then the conglomerates came in the 70s, but then it became much more about the corporations and much more big ticket news items by the time of the mid to late 80s. But this stuff it slowly started over time, but it got more and more indoctrinated, more intrinsic, and more people making decisions who had no business being in the movie industry whatsoever. And so by now, 2020, it's gotten so indoctrinated that most people have no idea how it once was in the 40s and 50s, for example. So everything follows a certain pathway. But yeah, I can see what you mean. um Godzilla stream would be a good idea, but I have to admit I've seen bits and pieces, but I've never really gotten into Godzilla all that much as a whole. I know there's a giant fan base. There's just so many films, and the availability when I was growing up was very sketchy. So I saw the original with the American dub, and then I thought it was great when I finally saw the Criterion release of the original without Raymond Burr and all the dubbing and stuff. Because then it's like, oh, I never realized this was a real world parallel made to mirror the atomic bomb dropping. I'm like, oh, that's a dimension I wasn't even aware of. But I never really got into those, and I guess I should get the Showa era box set from Criterion and just take the plunge. But yeah, I couldn't actually do a whole live stream because I've only seen the first one. So I've seen the Americanized version, I've seen the original Japanese version, but that's about as far as I ever went. I've seen some clips and things of others, but there's just so many and different versions and dubs and export versions with different titles. So I never really went into those. And again, I was never into the big monster films of the 50s and the monster rampaging and stuff. I've always been much more of a story person, and I'm much more interested in characters and stories than the big monster and stuff. King Kong is pretty much probably the lone exception for me growing up, but I should finally do that. I need to. I've meant to for years. I just never knew where to start, and now that these titles are more available and they're getting nice Blu-rays, it's like, well, I finally should, but it's like finding the time. I've already got all this other stuff, and being able to afford everything that I already want and then other stuff. Yeah, but I need to do that. So thank you for the reminder. Channel is awesome. Oh, I guess talking about Daisuke's channel. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He did do that good video on Sallow. It's a hard film to discuss. A lot of people like to bring it up usually as a joke. It's like, of course, I know I've used it before. It's like children's matinee, Sallow. You'll love it. Bring all the kiddies. Trust me, they'll learn something. So, but yeah, I think it gets used more as a joke title. Just because it is that dark. But yeah, he did that really great video on it for sure. I mean, the 70s and 80s any day. People can talk about the gritty 90s movies as much as they want, which are great. 90s movies weren't gritty. No. Like there were some. They were definitely grittier than a lot of the major releases we have now for sure. But yeah, they were not gritty. They're not. You're never going to be able to compare a movie from the 90s with a movie from the 70s. It's just no. It just does not. Um, yeah, I don't even know what they would say is gritty from the 90s. Like, I mean, there are certain things. Like, for example, uh, the original Bad Lieutenant made by Abel Ferrara. That is not just gritty, that is harrowing. But they shot that on a low budget. They shot that on the streets, but it's purposely gritty. They also didn't have a lot of money, and Abel Ferrara is not one for high production value gloss, really. But the story mattered, necessitated it, and if you've never seen that, you really should. But it is very dark, and the first time you see it, it's literally like you feel dirty. You feel like you need to take a shower afterwards. And the fact that Harvey Keitel didn't win the Oscar for that movie is ridiculous. But yeah, that's one of those. You see the lead acting performance, and you're like, you want to talk about commitment to a role? Like, wow. But yeah, certain things like that. Yes, those are gritty. Those are properly gritty. But like major studio releases, no. The 70s were the peak of the new American cinema, the Hollywood Renaissance, and that's something we're never going to see again unless somebody can convince studios, hey, this is what people really want to see and will pay money for. But you'd have to have something like Bonnie and Clyde and then followed up with Easy Rider making 20 bajillion dollars, on a budget of nothing to make people go, oh, just kind of, I think, what stuff like Blair Witch Project did. But that, of course, helped spawn the low budget horror genre of crud that we're still stuck with. You can make anything, and as long as you can sell it as a horror picture, people will see it somehow. So that's the easiest way to make a terrible, dumb movie successful is you sell it as a horror picture, which is why I grew up thinking horror was terrible until I had to discover it for myself, which is unfortunate. But unfortunately, most people don't go back further enough. Let's see. Okay. Trying to make sure I get to everything because I think it's about time for me to call it a night because it's getting late on my end, but I want to make sure and get to everything really quick. I always want to make sure because I always feel terrible if I skip over anybody, but because it jumps back and forth, I have to make sure and find where I left off. Let's see. Many times when it comes to boosted color, most movies tended to have very warm colors back in the day, so even that version might be more accurate. Yeah, it doesn't help that NTSC video and early transfers, it kind of played around with stuff, so it didn't always turn up. They could scan a print and not touch anything, but if they weren't careful, the color would just get pulled all over the place. So it's not always the most accurate thing, but what myself and a lot of people I think are finding now is, sorry, excuse me. I tend to burp a lot. If I drink a ginger ale, I'm doing this, of course. I'm like, why do I do that when I live stream? But anyway, a lot of people are finding more and more, a lot of these hands-off transfers from back in the day are actually relatively accurate when you compare them to the, perfect looking restoration. It's like you go back and you're like, well, the DVD wasn't that great. The color was wrong there. And then the other one, it turned green for some reason. And you look at the VHS type here and like, oh, it's okay. But then you can look at a Laserdisc copy that was letterboxed and very much a hands-off transfer. And you find yourself going, well, hey, this is actually really close. It's 420i, but like man, this is really close. And then there are some where I talk about it a lot, but I was shocked on Casablanca when I saw it was before they came out with the 4K scan on the blue or reissue Blu-ray, but I finally got the Criterion release and the CAV one, and I was shocked at how amazing it looked. It was the first time I had seen it on video have a real heavy grayscale, and the black and white level was really intricate, and there was a nice silvery quality to it. And I'm like, but this is from like 1988. It's a Criterion Laserdisc. How does this look better than the cleaned up MGM one and the Warner transfers? And then I finally got to see a print of it, and it was the same thing. And then they came out with the 4K version, which is on the reissue Blu-ray. And I'm hoping they bring it out in UHD because that will just, blow people's minds. People have not realized how beautiful the photography is in Casablanca. I mean, it's so intricately done. But again, I think Arthur Edison was one of the great cinematographers of all time. But only the Criterion release and the newest 4K version. It's a Blu-ray, but it's a 4K master. Those are the only two that have the proper grayscale. And it really makes a difference. Black and white is just as tough to master a lot of times as color, and a lot of people aren't going to think that way, but it's really true. If you look at all the other laser discs and the DVDs, and trust me, I've done it because I'm a geek and I owned all of them. They don't have the same grayscale. They're usually a bit contrastier. The whites are kind of blown out a little bit, and you do kind of lose some of the atmosphere. And it was really surprising to me that the Criterion had that. And then I got to see a print at an art house, and it had it too. And then when the 4K remaster turned up, it was, of course, much better than the Laserdisc in terms of detail and everything. But it's like, okay, so that's how it should look. That's how it's supposed to look. So Criterion got it right back in the day. So it's interesting finding some things like that. Oh, cool! Just this talked about Val Lewton. Awesome. I will check that out. I know I just came to your channel pretty recently. I think I saw a video of yours before you did right around the time you did the Daisuke interview, which I still love seeing. He's done so many of those. It's so great being able him doing that. It's like bringing the various corners of the film collecting disc community together, whether it's Twitter or Instagram or blog post or those of us on YouTube, things like that. So yeah, your channel is really great, and I've been meaning to check up on some of your other ones, so I will definitely check that out. I get happy anytime anybody mentions Luton for sure. 70s and 80s horror, so rad, man. Yeah. I admit I'm a geek. I kinda, after a certain point, I kind of tune out. Like I like The Omen very much. I like The Exorcist, and of course, as a Kubrick nerd, I adore The Shining. But after that, I kind of tune out a bit. I'm like, yeah, that's where it kind of loses me, and then the slasher era takes over, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm not interested in that stuff. Um, oh man, favorite 50 sci-fi. Oh wow. I don't know if I could pick just one. It would be between Day of the Earth Stood Still and Forbidden Planet. It's probably Forbidden Planet, but it's neck and neck between that and Day of the Earth Stood Still. Well, yeah, also Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It's a three-way tie. It's one of those. If I had to choose just one, though, I have the most personal history with Body Snatchers, so it's probably Invasion of the Body Snatchers, just because I have the most personal history for it. It's the one I saw first. It freaked me out as a kid. I've never forgotten it. I watch it every year. But I love Forbidden Planet as well, and it's a masterpiece. And so is Day of the Earth Stood Still. So it's one of those three. Those are, I think, the big three of 50 sci-fi. I said Rocket Ship XM, and you say to yourself, hey, I have that somewhere. Look to the right, saw it on the bottom of my shelf on VHS. And that's actually good because to even have a copy, because that's one of the titles owned by Wade Williams. So the availability is very sketchy. I got lucky. I got a copy of it in a 99-cent DVD bin of all places a couple months ago. So it was this year, and I couldn't believe it because I was like, I swear, I think this is a rare out of print title, and that's the best version to have, because he went in and got Dennis Muir and actually some other ILM guys to redo some of the effects, and on DVD it actually puts back some of the original shots. So and the sequences on Mars are sepia toned as they're supposed to be. So um, that's the version to have actually. So I've never seen it on VHS. I know there's a rare LD to find, but it doesn't have digital audio. But yeah, that's one of those titles that unfortunately is just not available because it's just out of circulation. But it's a real gem if you haven't seen it. It's one of the great early. Really, that and Destination Moon are the inaugurators of the 50 sci-fi craze, and both films are highly intelligent. And Dalton Trumbo apparently wrote, if not the final draft, or at least it's rumored that he wrote the ending while he was blacklisted. And I'm pretty sure he wrote the ending of Rocket Ship XM because my goodness, that picture builds to an ending that is like, how did they get this past people? Because it's not just a metaphor for the nuclear age. It's not a metaphor. It's there. Like that's literally what the ending is about. And it's like an about face, and it goes really dark. I'd read about the film before, but I'd never gotten to see it, and it was like, wow, I did not expect it to go like that dark that fast, and it was great. It was the best part of the movie. But yeah, it's a great little gem. How dare I leave out Plan 9? Yeah. I've only seen Plan 9 once or twice. I don't have the whole Ed Wood adoration that everybody loves. Everybody likes watching Ed Wood titles because they're so bad. I see them and I always felt so sorry for Ed Wood. And then of course Tim Burton did his where, Ed Wood, where it was basically, Ed Wood didn't realize he was making stuff that was so terrible. And it's like, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure, but and I do like the Tim Burton Ed Wood movie very much, and always applaud them for actually shooting black and white for sure. But that kind of, for dramatic purposes, kind of plays around with history a little bit. And while Martin Landau is great as that film's version of Bela Lugosi, the real Bela was not, that character. He was, kind of had a tragic later years and stuff, but it wasn't as quirky and weird and goofy as what the movie presents. But I always felt terrible for Ed Wood because if you read about what actually happened to him, he basically wound up. He still wanted to make movies so bad. The only work he could get was in the pornography industry, and he never really achieved success, but he kept going. So I always appreciated that. And, once you know how hard it is to make a movie, it's like, so yeah, I've seen some of them, but I don't have that same level of fascination and adoration as some people do. I need to see him again. I've never really seen like a super cleaned up official release version because they were always, kicking around in terrible condition copies. But yeah, I should do that again. But yeah, I've never had that same thing. Like everybody loves watching Plan 9, and I see Plan 9 and I'm like, they probably had the best intentions in the world and it just went so horribly wrong, and they're just like, screw it, let's just finish it. Um, so yeah, that's how I've always felt about Plan 9. Um, Oh gosh, yes, Chaplin, Keaton, Lloyd, the Silent Clowns. Man, that would. Oh gosh, I'm so behind on getting all the lovely new Blu-rays. I know I need to get the Masters of Cinema Keaton sets because those are great. And I'm behind. I've got to get the Criterion Chaplin releases and their Lloyd releases too. I'm so behind on so many things. There's just too many discs to afford. But yeah, oh gosh, those are all magic. They really are. I'm not as up on Lloyd as I would like to be. I've just seen, seen Safety Last and The Freshman, but I need to see more Lloyd. Need to see more Laurel and Hardy for sure. There's just so much. It's such a wealth of magic. And I did read the great Silent Clowns book growing up. I'm trying to remember who wrote that. I can't remember for the life of me. But that's a great one. There's great books on Chaplin. There's a lot more on Keaton now, which is great because he was kind of unfortunately swept under the rug of history for a long time. But at least a lot of critics have tried to correct that, and we now have these wonderful restorations that I am really wishing I had already. Pete's a defender of the 80s. Totally with you there. Yeah, there was some stuff in the 90s that was a bit bit edgier. So yeah, yeah, there like I said, there are some outliers and there are some studio releases like David Fincher coming in with Seven and Fight Club and stuff like that that were major studio releases that were definitely an outlier. So there are some things that are on the grittier side that or could be considered gritty, but I mean on the whole, yeah, I don't think you could call the 90s um major releases as a decade, gritty. Definitely nothing like what you got in the 70s. Um, I pray that the 2020s might become the new Hollywood. Well, the new Hollywood, I think there's definitely going to be a lot of new because nobody knows what they're doing, and we're still not done with COVID yet. And there's talk about doing more shutdowns and about there being a second wave, and we've already had productions start back and have to close again. The most famous one being the Batman, because the Batman actually got sick, so maybe it was not such a good idea to start up again. So we're still in a no man's land, and there's no telling where things are going to go. Unfortunately, with the situation in theaters, I think a lot of studios are going to try to use this as more of an impetus to push streaming over everything else, which is not really going to help a lot of things. I don't think, but unfortunately, I think a lot of people are going to try to use this as the deciding factor to push that over everything else. And theaters are really, really hurting, which is why they've started theater initiatives, which hopefully help out everybody because it's going to be the small art houses that hurt the most. And I know a number have already closed, just like other businesses, but and other fields. But theaters are hurt primarily because that's what they do. You can So it's been interesting to see my local art house has been trying to do a lot of online stuff and do email chains. So it's a different world we're in right now, and there's no telling where things are going industry wise. So we're still everybody's trying to feel their way through stuff, and anybody who says differently is not speaking the truth or has really rose tinted glasses on. So you're very welcome. Just to this, yes, always happy to salute another great channel. It's great that there's now a nice relatively thriving community on YouTube. I know I always kind of felt like I never really got into YouTube all that much. I would just kind of occasionally look for stuff I was interested in, and it was like few and far between. So it's great that now there's a lot more stuff out there. So there's actually a sort of niche for all of us here. um, Yeah, it's been a while. I always try to do more streams, but even when I think I have time, it's like, well, do I have the energy to do a couple hours? Because I get started and like I thought that I would do 2 or 3 hours, and we've just cracked the 4 hour mark. So I definitely need to be winding down because I went farther than I thought I would. But yeah, I tend to do that, as you guys well know. Um, Yes, best break imaginable. Thank you. Hope everybody is doing well for sure, and able to cram in classic horror titles and books where they can in the month of October. But yeah, definitely hope everybody else is doing well, or as well as they can right now. Um, Ever heard of the Taschen books where they do 1 decade of cinema a book? I I think so. Yeah, I think I've seen some of those. Taschen always does a lot of great books, a lot of great coffee table books, and it's like you turn around and they've done more you just hadn't heard of, because they do a ton of stuff. Um, why do you think they're having such a hard time making movies that aren't crap now? I think I kind of talked about it before. It's a lot of people making decisions who really know nothing about movie making. A lot of for lack of a better term, suits, corporate suits, in decision making places where they really shouldn't be. There's an aversion to risk taking. There's an aversion to betting on stories and believing in stories, which are the most important thing. If you don't have the story, you've literally got nothing. um, and there's a tendency to just do the same thing over and over, do the tried and true, follow the current trend, which is still comic and superhero adaptations. Everybody wants their own Marvel franchise, and streaming platforms have compounded this and made it even more difficult. So the general idea is that you can get away with a lot more and explore ideas on television or streaming. So why would you even try and bother making a movie where you're going to run into so many control variables? And getting a movie made now is very much like trying to get a bill through Congress. And it's like, if you finally, gosh, I can't remember the exact line, but I think getting a movie made today is exactly the way that Saunders explains to Jefferson Smith and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington how to get the bill through through Congress. And then the day comes and your bill finally comes and the Senate and the House convenes. It's like, if your bill even makes it all the way through, if your movie makes it all the way through with all the changes and things and even resembles how it originally started, consider yourself lucky. So I think it's something like that with a lot of other variables, but that's pretty much, I think, why there's been such a downturn quality wise for major studio releases, at least. Exactly. You gotta love Ed Wood. His heart was in the right place, and in a way, he did entertain and touch millions, even though it was not the way that he intended at all. And knowing about his history, I wish he had lived long enough to see some of that. I think it was just kind of starting, but I think he died long before that, had really taken place. Definitely, it would have been cool, I think, for him to have survived long enough to like make the convention circuit. Where he could have walked in somewhere and maybe gotten applause, like a lot of the icons who go to conventions do. I think that would have totally blown his mind. So I wish I'd been able to see some of that, really. Can't connoisseur can't understand the hate for the Stephen Sommers Van Helsing movie. I will admit I've never seen it all the way through. I've kind of been afraid to. I've seen some pieces of it, and I'm like, I mean, you get the idea. You get what they were going for. I do think some of the effects are really cringy, but I mean, it was basically, him post The Mummy, basically trying to reboot the sort of house of Monster Mash films. And it was a good idea to base it around the Van Helsing character as your linchpin. Like, I get where they were going with it. I should finally make myself sit down and watch it all the way through. I've kind of similarly avoided League of Extraordinary Gentlemen because I know how that turned out. I know that's why Connery retired. And again, I've seen pieces of it. I know what happened with both of them. I've read about the production, but I've never forced myself to sit all the way through them. So I guess I finally should. But just the pieces I've seen, it's kind of made me cringe a little bit. I'm like, well, that's kind of goofy, and oh, that's really goofy, and oh man, the CG is really bad there. So, but again, I understand what they were going for. So yeah, I guess I finally should. But as a straight up classic horror fan, it just, when people try to appropriate stuff and it really doesn't work, it just makes me go, oh, ooh, ow, oh, no, please, no, no. So that's another reason why I'm so glad the Dark Universe fell apart. Thank God, because I was really, really, really dreading the thought of Bride of Frankenstein, which was coming next. And I know they had Bill Condon doing it, and he made Gods and Monsters about James Whale, which was nice, but it was just like, oh no, please, no, don't do it. And I was terrified what they would do with Invisible Man, and thankfully they did their own thing of that, which I was like, that's fine if you want to do that. Just please don't touch the iconic. And it's like that they haven't been remade in that way. That's the one thing they've got going for them. Please don't mess with that. So yeah, if they want to do their own thing, that's fine, but don't assail what's come before and was perfect. But anyway. Yeah, it does kind of take Dracula and some of the classic horrors, and with Kate Beckinsale in there, yeah, there is the element of it being much more like the underworld films. So yeah, I will finally watch it and give it a go and start to finish, instead of just wincing at clips. But I'll give it a shot. Yes, I also should probably close in just a minute because I went a bit longer than I was going to. I was going to try and stream and then like cram in another to check off the October movie list, but I don't know. I went on. Maybe I can squeeze in a 30s one because they're about an hour, but then I need to go to bed for sure. I was like, I'll do about 3 hours, and now I've got 4. So yeah, let me get through these last few really quick because again, I always want to try and cover everybody. And not miss out on anything. Yes, you got to get beauty sleep. Yes. I feel like they would sell a lot of coffins in October for mattresses as sort of just a gag thing. But yeah, I never have those at Target or Walmart. It's like, I need the 6-footer. Do you have the native soil? No. Oh, I will have to go to Lowe's. Oh, but anyway, I digress. So, Elvin, that's actually a good question about a room tour. I've been wanting to do a setup video for a while. I feel kind of, I've always wanted to do some stuff, but I always feel kind of bad because my room is so cluttered. It's just really, really cluttered. Like this is actually like the cleanest, most presentable part, which is why I chose this for my main area. And then I'm like, looking out and I'm like, oh gosh, all my shelves are overflowing and stuff. But yeah, I really should. But yeah, if I do a room tour, it's just going to be clutter. It doesn't help that I crammed a home theater setup into this, and it's just my room is like it's like everything crammed into one, which is not advisable. So, but I managed to make it work. So that's primarily why I started just doing collection videos instead, because I thought, oh, I'll just do these, and I can go through everything, and while I pull everything off, then I can kind of do some reshelving and some reorganizing, so that way I go through everything that I've been putting off. But then as I did them, my collections got bigger, particularly my Laserdisc collection got bigger, and it outgrew my shelf, and I bought a second shelf, and then I got a third shelf, and it outgrew that. So now I'm back to having flip boxes as well because I've got to redo everything. So might be a while before I do a room tour, unless I do the 2020 room of clutter video tour. But yeah, I'm definitely going to do some more stuff about different things. I don't know if it was you, but I know somebody asked me on one of my last streams about doing a VHS video, which I hadn't even thought of that, but I would like to do that for all my tapes I have remaining. So I think that'll be cool to do. And I definitely want to just do a basic setup video at least. So if I can fix some of this clutter, I can show that it is possible to cram a home theater rig in a basic room with everything else. It is possible, although it looks rather silly because most of the floor space is taken up by speakers. So I admit I allow movies to kind of go in all aspects of my life. So I don't care about interior decorating. I look at a house and I'm like, so which room can I soundproof, and where would the projector go? And I could get a nice 120-inch screen there. Like HDTV for me, I don't care about open plan this, anything. I'm like, okay, which room is the library? Which room is the screening room? Which room is the DVD and Blu-ray room? Like that's where my head is at for interior decorating. But anyway, yeah, I've been meaning to do that for ages. I've just been putting it off because I'm like, oh no, my space is too cluttered. Oh no, I use bar stools instead of speaker stands. It's like the poor man's home theater. But I think I just need to go ahead and do a basic one so everybody can see what I'm kind of juggling around with. And so yeah, need to do that, and more collection videos and stuff, and doing one for my VHS tapes and stuff, and then once I do that, I guess I will jump into doing DVD and Blu-ray because that's the next thing I haven't done yet, and hopefully I can streamline some stuff. But yeah, probably pretty much in the same vein as my LD videos. Pete, you've hit upon a pet theory of mine. Everybody talks about 1939 is the golden year. 1941 is another. There's so many great years, but for me, the silver year is 1971. It is one of the most ridiculously stacked years of great titles and breakthroughs in different genres. And You want to talk about gritty, dark, groundbreaking films? 1971 is the year. So for me, for the longest time, I've felt that if there was a silver year, it's got to be 1971, because the embarrassment of talent and riches in that one year is just ridiculous. Um, in one year, you have The French Connection, Clockwork Orange, Get Carter, Straw Dogs. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. You've even got the original Dirty Harry, which is a great title. It's just an embarrassment of riches. So yeah, that for me is one of the great years of cinema is 1971, and nobody talks about it. Oh, somebody considers it the greatest year in film history. Wow, that's cool. On the Ron Real podcast website, I will check that out because that is awesome. I never really see 1971 talk. So anytime I do, I get happy because I felt that way for years. I know I wrote a paper in college. I did a independent study for a semester, and it was about it was ostensibly about the new Hollywood period. But then I started thinking about it more, and I thought back about 1971, and so then I did a whole separate paper about it, and see if I can dig that up somewhere. Or I'd like to rewrite it actually, but that's a theory I've had for many years. Let's see. Get to these really quick. Don't have too much confidence on the new Batman, and the suit kind of looks dodgy. I'm there with you. I'll give anything a shot, but I don't have much. I'm just like, um, okay, so you made a trailer and you cut it to a Nirvana song because you didn't believe in your movie enough to sell it without one of Nirvana's most beloved songs. Okay. And it's like they're pulling from Batman Year One some, like most do, but it's sort of gritty and it looks like they're also maybe pulling from some of the other more modern comic runs. So I'm like, okay, but I'm also getting the David Fincher vibe. So I'm like, I don't know, but it's possible it could turn out well. I just think that the trailer made me feel even less interested in seeing it. It's just like, oh, that's what they're going for. Okay. But one can be pleasantly surprised. But yeah, I don't have too much. I don't have too much faith in it for sure. When it comes to Marvel, Pete liked Iron Man 1 and Captain America 2. Everything else is okay. You're just not into it. I still haven't seen the Captain Americas. I've been meaning to get around to that. I really want to see the first one because, oh gosh, wow, I'm totally blanking. Dang it. Because Joe Johnston did the first one, and I love The Rocketeer, so I've been meaning to see that for too long. And I know everybody says the second one is made in the vein of 70s conspiracy thrillers, and they have Robert Redford in it. So now I have to see it because Bob Redford's in it. But I'm like, okay, yeah, but have you ever seen a 70s conspiracy thriller? Like, it's still a Captain American movie. Don't tell me it's all the President's Men, because it's not. It's not the Parallax View. Like, it's not 3 Days of the Condor. It's like, okay, yeah, if it references it and it's stylistic like that actually tells a story, then yes, thank you. I appreciate that. But unfortunately, when people say stuff like that, I usually go and see the thing and I'm like, oh, well, they just, riffed on this and they did that. And it's like it wears a genre type as like a piece of clothing that gets discarded. So I'm meaning to see that, but I'm like, eh. Um, for me though, I've seen most of the others, and the only one I actually thought was okay was the first Iron Man because it took risks and they didn't have a formula established. And then again, I haven't seen the Captain Americas yet, but I need to. Everything after that, I'm just like, yeah, no, no. They established their formula and they do their thing, and that's good for them. But yeah, I see it, and I'm like, So me seeing another Marvel movie actually reminds me of one of my favorite classic horror movie quotes. It's a very obscure one, but I use it all the time. Um, it's from House of Usher, 1960, the first of the Corman Poe films. And when Mark Damon goes in to talk to Madeline and try and get her to eat, he has this appetizing breakfast, which is what the Marvel movies remind me of. And it is, and I quote, hot gruel and hot gruel. That's what the Marvel movies are like to me, a bowl of hot gruel. They're bland and mush, but again, that's just me. I know I'm a crotchety old man, but that's what I think. I don't know why. That's my favorite line of House of Usher is hot gruel and hot gruel. I use that all the time. I don't know why. Um, but anyway, yeah, definitely need to close it down on my end. So, thanks so much for everybody coming in, participating in the chat. Really happy everybody could stop by. Again, I know it was a bit impromptu, but oh, my voice is really getting scratchy. Oh, but yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's been a great chat. Really happy to do some of these books that I don't normally get to talk about, and I didn't know what the feedback would be, so it was really cool that I, got some great discussion going and stuff. And again, so I don't forget, for those who are interested in the giveaway, once it's posted, please comment below. I should have also said, because I know Pete's in Australia, it is unfortunately for pretty much for the US only, because the mailing would be, far too expensive to do internationally. Plus, international mail is still kind of all over the place. I know some restrictions have been lifted, but yeah, I looked up how much it would have been to do the when I did the book giveaway, just to send 2 books worldwide, and it was, just insane. So I was like, I just want to give these away. I can't afford like $50 to ship a book somewhere. So I have to preface that. So unfortunately, it's just for U.S. audiences for the most part. If I can ever figure out some way to make a giveaway more feasible for worldwide, because it's easy to forget that when you're doing live streaming and you have a YouTube channel, that you're interacting with not just people in your region or your country even, but all over the place, because I know Pete's in Australia and other people are on different time zones. It's the same thing when I try to do one of Daisuke's streams, because he's of course in Tokyo. But again, for everybody who's interested, post a comment when this posts, which should be pretty much immediately, and I'll update the description for those who are watching watching the archive feed. But yeah, post if you're in for the Blu-ray or for the DVD package. And again, unfortunately, it's US only. And then I will pick a winner in a couple days, or I should say 2 winners, and then get these out via media mail, which is nice and speedy. And hopefully it should get to you before the 31st and give you some more spooky viewing options. But yeah. So with that being said, thanks so much, everybody. This has been a wonderful thing, wonderful stream and everything. And hopefully I can planning to hopefully do one next week and do similar to how I did last October, and at least get a steady amount of streams on some different horror related topics, because it just feels weird talking about anything else for October. But yeah, with all that said, thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. And as always, have a better one.